Context of White Supremacy. We are always just super grateful to have our guest joining us today. Will be her 26th visit on the program, and I believe this is actually the second time that she has been with us live while the big ball game was being broadcast. Hopefully people will prioritize. If you got to watch the game, hit the mute button so that you can get constructive information. I think a lot of people saw her in a documentary film series, Hidden Colors, where she always had great points, as well as her book, The ISIS Papers, Keys to the Colors. She's done so many lectures and talks down through the years. I know people were a little bit concerned recently when some of the folks were at the most recent Welsing Institute, where there were concerns that it might not be continuing there, but she said it is going to be remaining at Howard University until June. So again, it's the second Thursday of every month, so that means you can prepare, put it on your calendar, February 12th, 7 p.m. Eastern, the Welsing Institute. Go check it out. Lots of great information. Always a pleasure to have her on the program. Joining us again, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. Dr. Welsing, you with us?
Yes, I am, and glad to be with you.
Always a pleasure to hear from you. I know listeners all around the world, they always look forward to hearing you on the program and appreciate your work. It's had such a big impact on the way we think and understand racism. How are you doing this evening, Dr. Welsing?
I'm doing fine, thank you. I'm doing very well.
Right on. I guess to get started, something that's not directly racism, but just you're a third-generation physician. There's been so much talk over the past month or so around these measles outbreak. It was a big problem down in Southern California, Disneyland, as I understand it. And they've been having a big debate around vaccinations, where there seems to like there's a growing number of people who are saying that they do not support getting these vaccines for their children. They think they're dangerous. They could potentially have links to autism. And then folks saying, hey, if you're not going to get your child vaccinated, then you should not be allowed to attend school. With your expertise, do you have any concerns or opinions on the vaccine issue?
Well, I think that, as a physician, I would not say to a parent, do not get your child vaccinated or do that. It is the parent's choice, because there are many children. I talked to a person in my office a short while ago, and this young woman was saying that she didn't have her children vaccinated and that a number of her friends or acquaintances had children who were autistic. So people are very worried and very concerned. And to the extent that biological warfare weapons are made and certain populations are targeted, it's a tragedy that people have to have these kinds of concerns. So I tell people that they have to consult their inner person, get as much information as they can, but the decision is theirs. I mean, can you imagine a physician encouraging a parent to have the child vaccinated, and then the child turns out to be autistic? And when I was training in child psychiatry, 1966 to 1968, in Washington, D.C., at Children's Hospital, Department of Psychiatry, autism was so rare that I had a child was assigned to me that was autistic, and this was a white child. And it was so rare to see a case of autism that all of the psychiatrists and physicians would come to look at this child, because you would hardly ever see a child that was autistic. But now things are quite different. And so there has to be some explanation as to why. And autism is a very, very serious and disabling developmental condition. And so parents have every right to be concerned, and I think it's a tragedy that they have to have this kind of concern, and that pharmaceutical companies have so much control that you don't know whether, because of the amount of lobbying they're able to do, because of the monies that they have available, people just don't have all the information, and physicians don't have all of the necessary information. So I say that parents have, they have to think about this, and they have to make their decision.
What was your response? Because I've seen in many of the reports, this was huge news this week with the situation in California and people talking about this across the country. I saw quite a few reports, the LA Times, where they had physicians and different doctors on, and they said, hey, that is not a reasonable fear to think that as a result of getting your child vaccinated, to think that this could somehow link to autism, and there's no evidence to support that is not a reasonable fear to have. What would your response be?
Well, as I said, when you see a number of cases, when people are exposed to a number of cases, meaning that, as a parent told me, she had a number of friends and acquaintances whose children became autistic or developed autism. And so people have a right to be concerned, and certainly black people. You see, in other words, the government, the United States government and the Center of Disease Control conducted Tuskegee syphilis experiments on black people. And so for people to have concerns about, when they are encouraged to get vaccinated, and they begin to be nervous and they begin to be suspicious, especially populations that are not treated well in the beginning. So I would just say that, there are different varying points of view, just like there are varying points of view about medical marijuana. In some communities where people have high levels of employment and they just use marijuana recreationally, it means one thing. But in populations where you have very, very high levels of unemployment and the frustration and depression that go with it, and so you make marijuana highly available and legal in communities, and so then you are really making some people develop addiction to marijuana because they are using it to treat the depression that results from unemployment, etc. So different populations have different opinions, and physicians in different populations can have different opinions.
Wow, absolutely. Even for the record, they had a report up here in Seattle. It was in the Seattle Times where they said it was the most affluent communities, i.e. these are white people, that had the highest rate of refusing vaccines, meaning that it was a lot of white people, a lot of wealthy white people who were saying, hey, we don't want to do this, the vaccines meaning. And it was I saw a similar report in California where it was kind of the same population of well-to-do white people that were saying they did not think vaccines were a good idea. So it's definitely a lot to process, come to your own conclusions, as you said. I wanted to also bring in some of the other things people have been talking about. Again, we're broadcasting during what they call the Super Bowl, and you have a chapter in the ISIS papers. Definitely want to make sure folks check that out, Keys to the Colors. It is chapter 10, Ball Games as Symbols, The War of the Balls. This was published August 1976. You write, I wish an ever-increasing success to all black males who participate in ball games, and I look forward to the day when the majority of quarterbacks are black, or at least in proportion to the number of black football players. Still, the most important message in this essay is that in the last 100 years, the white collective simply has moved from the overt sport and entertainment of lynching and castrating black men, removing their testicles, thereby controlling their balls, to a more highly refined series of symbolic representations of the same act, ball games, and whether through lynching and castration or modern ball games, the object and neurotic preoccupation is the same. This is from page 142, the chapter Ball Games as Symbols. I think two of the biggest stories of 2015, both attached to today's game, Deflategate with these underinflated balls that they were playing with in New England, and then Marshawn Lynch. In my opinion, it's kind of boiled down to frustration with why won't this nigger speak on command, and what is he going to do with his black penis, black genitals on the Super Bowl? Is he going to grab his crotch again, which he's been fined for repeatedly? What are your thoughts on how these two events relate to your theory, and what do they reveal about white culture?
Well, number one, I mean, the desire to be able to control black males, and in this instance, the quarterback, being annoyed because he won't speak and respond as they might want him to. In other words, if you are a victim of oppression, I have a right to tell you when to speak and when not to speak. And that part is interesting, but more interesting is the continuing importance of the symbol of ball games in the system of racism, white supremacy. And the whole idea that how much air pressure would be in a football, and, so therefore the size of the football and all of the static and news reports. I mean, for somebody who's not involved in football games and in a sense watching from the outside, at a certain level it is just astounding, because as I've said in my work, that the ball games, there are two series of ball games in the system of racism, white supremacy, large brown balls and small white balls. And those are symbols of, respective symbols of black male testicles and white male testicles. Black people didn't create these games, nor did they create the symbolism. The symbolism comes out of the brain computers of people who classify themselves as white, and their struggle for survival on a planet where their genetic material is recessive compared to black genetic material, which is dominant. And the whole idea that, you can say that the game of football, like all the other ball games in a system of racism, white supremacy, they have black players in some of the games, but the games are basically controlled by people who classify themselves as white. And so that the brown ball is, first of all, it's larger than the white balls, but it has to be the right large size, and it cannot be underinflated. In my view, it's just fascinating, speaking to the real fundamental issues that reside in the system of racism, white supremacy, which I say is a system for white genetic survival, in a system to prevent white genetic annihilation on planet Earth. So the white quarterback wants to have, or needs to be seen as having, a large brown ball testicle that he is in control of, as that ball goes sailing through some white upright legs that are called goalposts, with white cheerleaders and white girls dancing on the side, and a predominantly white male audience looking on in a position of being voyeurs. So in my view, it's fascinating.
all the way through. Even his nickname, I heard they were announcing the black male that has been grabbing his groin area and not speaking, Marshawn. It's like, I mean, it's all the symbolism. His last name is Lynch, and then his nickname is Beast Mode. That's what they call this black male. Frequently, it's just Beast. What is the Beast going to do with his testicles? It's fascinating all the way through. Ball games equals.
Well, see, that's just so interesting because beef, if you go back to Egyptian symbolism, where the bull was a symbol of Osiris, and Osiris was representative of the black male. So when people are eating beef, they are internalizing the symbol of the black male. See, and all of these things are, and beef is the most important meat in the system of racism, white supremacy. So for this man to have all of those, like the old people would say, show me a sign. So you got the word lynch, and you got the word beef, all tied up.
Absolutely. It's
and the symbolism that is on display. So I say that it's just very interesting. I wasn't aware of that, so you're pointing out certain things to me that, in my view, seem to have significance.
Context of White Supremacy. Here live, 2026, Gus T, Renegade, the worthless Negro from Virginia, and for another broadcast, simulcasting with the Super Bowl game just started at the kickoff. The Patriots and go Seahawks. See, we'll have our parade sometime in the pending few days. They don't even give out a date for today. It's Super Bowl Sunday. I was going to say for people in other parts of the world, but they watch the Super Bowl all over the world. February 8th, 2026. So I have been told. It is like a holiday, though, for real. Even if you're in a like you could be in another country where they don't have no NFL at all, and it's still just, man. Anyway, we will have a white guest on the broadcast at our normal time, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. But we have a very long tradition, as you heard, with Dr. Welsing, her 26th visit. That is from February 2015. And she did 2 different Super Bowls where she visited with us live time during the game, chatting it up. So, man, always a hoot to have her with us for the big ball game. And this year from 2015, when the Seahawks and Patriots squared off the last time around. She was with us for the duration of that game. Now, we will get back to Dr. Welsing and what she had to say, what she had to share with us shortly. However, just give a quick pause to let folks know we are here live. We'll listen to some of the archive with Dr. Welsing. If folks see something related to the broadcast, the commercials, or whatever else related to racism, which generally happens, remember Janet Jackson? Think of lots of different incidents. Anyway, but if somebody sees something, let us know that they think, we should be aware of as the contest is moving forward. And then, as I said, we'll have our white guest join us at 8 p.m. We'll talk about racism, white supremacy, his research on some of it on racism in the NFL specifically. So we will get to it. In fact, before we get back to what Dr. Welsing had to share on that broadcast specifically, I do want to just point out a couple quick things. Man, sometimes just being able to go back, I've heard that program a number of times, and she had so many great things to share. She hung out for 4 hours discussing her views and what have you. I can't say enough her commentary about the vaccines in the beginning. Man, and we started that talking about the measles outbreak 2015. That is exactly what they're talking about right now, 2026. And now we're, 6 years beyond the Rona. You got even more folks that, you're not giving me no jab. Get away from me. I don't do no vaccine. But she talked about that, and I told you, Dr. Welsing, she did not have a pithy one-word response, genocide, danger. She didn't even say don't do it. She just, hey, I'm giving you my observations. Do your research, come to a conclusion. You have a right to be concerned. Very measured in her response, I thought. She spoke about the significance of white ball games like the Super Bowl. And she said that she hopes that we will eventually get to a point where half, or at least a proportionate number, of the NFL quarterbacks are classified as black males. I think we might be there. Now, I would have to take a moment and pull up the roster and see all the. I mean, hey, the Super Bowl this year is not representative. Okay, we got two white dudes, Seattle. We got old ginger QB, as they say, in Sam Darnold, but he's classified as a white man. But last year, the Super Bowl MVP and both Super Bowl quarterbacks were black dudes. Jalen Hurts, Pat Mahomes boy. I think we are there. I would have to go and look. Like I said, I haven't, counted them up exactly to see, but my general sense, there are a lot of black quarterbacks in the NFL. That's my general sense. I could be totally wrong. Maybe I'll count them up to make sure I'm not, telling a lie. But at minimum, I would be very willing to wager that there are a proportionate number of black quarterbacks. Just again, it might even be related to all that CT and everything else where you're having a slow regression where fewer white people are playing football. I have to double check those numbers to see if it's accurate, but I think you have a significant number of black dudes at the QB spot, brain damage and all. That's it. Man, just similar, not quite as intense as Donald Trump's post about the monkey, and I almost got my review posted. I'm just, doing the last few edits and checks and that sort of thing, but almost will have it prepared to post probably same time later, or not same time, but later on today after we get done with all of this. But posting review of Primate and President Trump's tweets about Obama, posts about Obama rather. But when Dr. Welsing got to talking about all of the import, because the 2015 Super Bowl between the Patriots and the Seahawks, this was when Tom Brady was still playing for the Patriots, the Tom Brady white man, and they had just been accused of cheating to get to the Super Bowl, the so-called Deflategate. That's what she was talking about, where, oh man, did they change the pressure on the balls and blah, 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 and they had to do all this investigating and everything else, and they talked about this forever, and you heard Dr. Welsing saying, are you serious? They spent all this time and money and brought in attorneys and had an investigation, and we got to get physicists in here to talk about air pressure. Are you serious? Is that important? Man, we moved 11 years forward. Tom Brady then retired, been retired for a minute too. Bill Belichick, who was the head coach of the Patriots at that time, retired, or not retired, but he's no longer coaching for the Patriots. He's coaching at University of North Carolina, college football now. I don't think anybody who was on that team at that time is on the team. Well, I know nobody who was on that team in 2015 is on the team at this current moment, 2026. What were they talking about this? This week and last week? What were they talking about? Deflategate. I mean, that was dominant. I bet you if you go back and look, the dying days of the Washington Post newspaper, their sports column, they got axed. Go look and see what was some of the last things that they wrote about. Deflategate is going to be up there. Why didn't Bill Belichick get in the Hall of Fame, man? People trying to punish him belatedly for all those cheating scandals. And we remember what you did with Deflategate. And they had to go into all that. Well, Bill Belichick wasn't really the one who did Deflategate and all this. 11 years later, they still, Dr. Welsing's words, still ring. Now we're talking about something that happened over a decade ago, like it's fresh and new. We got to rehash all this and go into it. white ball games. Even had to pull Tom Brady out and ask him about it, all that. Like, woo. And maybe I didn't enunciate when I was giving Seattle Seahawks legend Marshawn Lynch, a.k.a. Beast Mode. I probably didn't enunciate. I was so excited to have Dr. Welsing back, and then the Super Bowl and the Seahawks and all that. It was a lot of things going on that day, so I probably just didn't put enough effort into speaking loudly for her to hear me. But she thought I said Marshawn Lynch's nickname was Beef, which also has significance for her, and she gave that explanation. Man, now we didn't walk to 2026. President Trump, when he is not tweeting about the apes, former First Lady Michelle Obama, former President Barack Obama, when he is not tweeting them as apes and monkeys and chimps, he done switched up the food pyramid. What did he put first? Beef. B-E-E-F. I didn't even think of that as delectable Negro and Osiris. And particularly in the context of we feel that the white manhood is waning. We got all these sissified white dudes talking about they're going to eat tofu, hummus. I'm going to be old vegan like old lame Gus. You can get your ribeye. Get some blood on your hand. You're going to eat it rare, what Dr. Welsing talked. I hadn't even thought about that. Like, wow, even the food pyramid, that's why you got to get everybody with the saturated fat and ribeye. They had the Secretary of Robert Kennedy. He was talking about that yesterday. He said, we're done with the war on fat. Red meat is great. Really? They done talked about that for years. Much less the environmental footprint. See, I keep saying the same thing. Old cesspoolians. That's Dr. Cambon. All that water that those cattle consume. We're on a planet, you got people that got droughts left and right, lead and flint, and we got to waste water so you can have a steak. Osiris, yeah, delectable Negro. I hadn't even thought about Dr. Welsing. If she had still been with us, that's what I mean, the loss. If she had still been with us, she'd have been on that immediately. Restoration of the same reason why I got to get the Negro testicles. Eat them sometimes. At least keep them in an old mason jar. Can't do that. We're going to go eat more red meat. Make sure we eat more red meat. I had veggie spaghetti today. Thank you. Anyway, if folks take notes, see anything as we proceed, if you are watching the game muted while you are listening in, feel free, *61, and or like what just happened with me, hearing her talk about Osiris, beef, and how that the representation as it relates to her theory of white genetic annihilation, wow, much more significance or different significance because of what has transpired in the 11 years since she said all of this. That's it. We will get back to Dr. Welsing. Something stands out. You need to share, *61. If not, we'll listen to Dr. Welsing. If I feel the need to share, I'll pause, give a word or two, and then we'll get back to Dr. Welsing. And if, I guess at the minimum, we'll listen to Dr. Welsing, and then our white guest will join us at the bottom of the hour. That would be 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, which may be encroaching on halftime. I guess my question for listeners, Bad Bunny supposed to perform at halftime, inspiring protests, furious white men and women eating ribeyes, and I'm not going to watch the halftime. Is Bad Bunny classified as white or not white? I know we got all the Latina and blah, blah, blah. Is Bad Bunny classified as white or not white? I am not sure. He is one. I saw him and I said, oh no. I thought, is this a white dude? Maybe I haven't seen enough pictures, and maybe you old fogey, you don't know what you're talking about. That may be true, and just in general, I do make quite a few errors with racial classification and picking out, like, is this going to be somebody accepted as white, or is he going to be somebody that they get the nigger knocker for? Like, sometimes you get me a racially ambiguous person. But when I saw him, I was thinking, is he a white dude, Bad Bunny? So that's my question. Maybe if you watch halftime, you can listen and see if anybody says anything to suggest is he white or not, or pay attention to people who are talking. If you're at a party, maybe you can ask the people, hey, he's Bad Bunny, right? Okay. Do you think he's white? And see what they say. And then you can let Gus T know. I will learn. Still learning. Still confused about them racial classifications. We will get back to Dr. Francis Cress Welsing's 26th visit out of 31 here at the C.O.W.S 2015 live time with the Super Bowl. In fact, as we resume, I think Gus T will clarify Marshawn Beast Mode Lynch's nickname, and then we carry on, hopefully, with non-football related subject matter. Context of White Supremacy, the Grandcestor.
Right on. I totally agree. It's his nickname. It's Beast Mode, B-E-A-S-T, Beast, not beef. But I think a lot.
Wait a minute, spell it again. Beast is what?
Beast, B-E-A-S-T, Beast, like Beauty and the Beast.
Oh, B-E-A-S-T.
Yes,
Beast.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. So tell me the name again.
Beast. That's his nickname.
His nickname is what?
Beast, or Beast Mode. That's what they're called. Beast. B-E-A-S-T. Beast. Like Beauty and the Beast. Beast Mode. That's his nickname.
Okay.
Right. And his last name, as you said, is Lynch. And even the Trayvon Martin, he is known for his fascination with Skittles. Like I didn't think I was going to see Skittles that closely associated with a black male again so soon, but that's his thing is people have been throwing Skittles at him this week. One of the other fascinating elements that has come out just in 2015, I think the last time I spoke with you, I was telling you that American Sniper, this movie was going to be released on Christmas Day, about what is reported Chris Kyle, this white male who is known as the most lethal sniper in the history of the U.S. military. He's credited with more confirmed sniper kills than any other person who has had a sniper rifle. This film, since its release, has made well over $120 million. They reported this week that this looks like it's going to be the most successful war film in the history of cinema. Clint Eastwood, if folks remember his performance at the 2012 Republican convention when President Obama won re-election, Clint Eastwood, Dirty Harry, he directed this film. We are reading the book. You always say reading is more important than watching television. We're almost finished reading the book for our book study session. And I mean, we have mentioned your work so many times that it points out so much of the symbolism that you talk about in the ISIS papers. He talks about urinating on other soldiers when they were in training, that they would be standing out on the beach and they would be cold and shivering because they were wet. And so to get warm, these white guys would urinate on each other. And he talks about this experience fondly. He says repeatedly he wished he had killed more savages. He doesn't call them Iraqis. He said you can't think of them as people, that they are savages. And he says this over and over. I wish I could have killed more. No, I don't feel bad about it. I enjoyed it. It was great. He values going and killing non-white people in Iraq and Afghanistan. He did at least four different tours of duty. He states that he valued this more than being with his white wife and white children. They even have a scene in the book where his wife gives birth to their first child, and he talks about being so uncomfortable in the room, and then he leaves within days to go back to killing non-white people. That's his passion. That's what he loved. And his wife, even in the book, admits that she understands this and that she resents him for it, the fact that he values being a white killer more than being a husband to her and helping her take care of their children. It's just so much. Just what do you think in terms of why this film has been so successful? And the book, this is a New York Times best-selling book, and now, as they've said, the most successful war film in the history of theater. What do you think has been so revealing and symbolic about this film?
Well, do you see, all of this continues to be fascinating. I haven't seen the movie and I haven't read the book. I have heard aspects of it discussed. But what it does emphasize is that the system of racism, white supremacy, according to my analysis, cannot exist without the ongoing killing of black and other non-white peoples. And this is the way that it secures white genetic survival. And the gun is the instrument that is most commonly used for killing. And so the fact that all of this comes together and comes together in this film that then becomes the most successful war film, and just that kind of discussion, do you see, in other words, that my highest preference is to be able to kill non-white people, then this is just the symbolic theme, or shall we say the underlying theme of the system and culture of racism, white supremacy, a dimension of which is also played out in the ball games. And we see it being played out in reality in Ferguson and Staten Island and all of the other situations where people who classify themselves as white justify and call it justifiable homicide at one level or another of white males being able to use guns to kill black and other non-white people, mostly non-white males. This is absolute necessity in the system of racism, white supremacy. You see, in which is, I would say, whether it happened consciously or subconsciously, the reason that ISIS is the name that is given to the number one so-called enemy of the West. Because the ISIS papers, do you see, how did that happen? I don't know. Do you see, but the ISIS papers is the one book that is being purchased by black people that lays out the underlying dynamics in a system of racism, white supremacy, which is a local, national, global system for white genetic survival and preventing white genetic annihilation. So, like they say, connect the dots.
Wow. Just for one more tidbit on this, connecting the dots, this is about Chris Kyle, the white person who this book and film is based on. Number one, even though it's not in the book, there are various news reports. It was in the Washington Post and the Times-Picayune, as well as several other newspapers, that he had bragged, Chris Kyle, this white killer, he had bragged about being in New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina and shooting looters. Now, there is controversy about this because no one has been able to confirm, and it seems that Chris Kyle had a penchant for not telling the truth, so he would make up stories sometimes. So people don't know if he was making this up or if he was being truthful. That he says he was sitting on the Superdome shooting at looters during Katrina. It's also reported, folks can read this in the New Yorker magazine, that Chris Kyle, he and his friend.
Does he cover that in his book?
The New Orleans shooting?
Does he say that book?
It's not in the book, but this is something that he apparently told enough people that they reported on it twice. It's in the Washington Post, it's in the New Orleans paper, the Times-Picayune, but he does not go into detail about this in his book, unfortunately. And he also, there's an episode where he and one of his white friends, they were playing practical jokes on one another. And so one of the jokes that Chris Kyle did, he put a bumper sticker on his white friend's truck that says, and this is in quotes, "I love black cock." That's the bumper sticker that he put on his white friend's truck as a joke. Does that does that connect any dots, or does that stand out to you in any way?
No, I'd have to give that some thought.
Okay.
I don't know. Does it mean anything to you in particular?
Well,
I love black cock.
Number one, we're talking about a sniper. I think you talk about the gun being the great equalizer to compensate for white recessiveness and their feeling of genetic inferiority. That, again, we're focusing on black genital material, and this is a joke. It even reminds me of many aspects of the ISIS papers, but you just talk about this obsession with balls and how it plays out symbolically. We're just focusing on the genital area constantly, and even the black male genital area, where even when we're messing around and allegedly having fun, we're still focused on the black male genital area. And in some form of mistreatment. It's supposed to be, this is, supposed to be making fun of this guy. And the homoerotic nature, I guess that's another thing for me, just having read the book. There's a lot of homoeroticism in the book where it's very, to me, it's just very clear that he is much happier when he is around other white guys. When they do hazing. There's a scene in the book where he's about to get married, and his fellow white comrades, they strip him nude, and then they pack ice on his genitals. This is in the book. He spells this out, and this is right before he gets married to his wife. And they paint him, and they paint little bunnies on him. It's just a lot of that all throughout the book, them urinating on each other, and then these jokes. It just seems like a lot of homoerotic behavior, which seems to be a pretty common element of what I see throughout racism, white supremacy culture, even going back to the Greco-Roman area. That's some of the things that stood out for me. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not.
Well, I had someone report to me of behavior, activity, and past behavior. I don't know whether it applies currently, of white and black police officers on the Capitol Hill police force, where white males, at least they reported one white male's constant behavior of wanting to grab, in the locker room where men are undressing, and a white male wanting to grab black men's testicles. Do you see? And all of this is supposed to be fun, in quotes. Do you see? But it's no different than white police officers jacking up black men and feeling between their legs. Or the case that was reported not long ago, I think the case was Philadelphia, where a white female police officer squeezed and was handling and crushing the testicles of a black male. Do you see? So this obsession from the days of lynching and castration to the present, we can say the present being today in the big football games, the preoccupation with black male genitalia and black testicles in particular, because that is the perceived threat. In other words, when police officers say, "I shot him because I thought he had a weapon," shoot first and think later. With white males, they think first and shoot later, if ever. But the perception, "I thought he had a weapon," is a subconscious perception about the black man's testicles contain genetic material that is dominant to the genetic recessive material in white male testicles. And as I may have stated before, where a black male said that he was urinated on when he was in the Navy, that he woke up and, felt this water, and he was being urinated on by 3 white sailors in the Navy. in the remarks that one of them made that he was going to go to Mississippi and make some nigger babies. So the only way he could make black children, if that's what he meant, you know, having intercourse with a black woman, and so therefore the product could be of color. But this whole urinating as a form of humiliation is a subconscious, you know, like a subconscious pretense that my genitals have power, whereas in reality they don't have genetic power compared to the genitals of a black male.
Wow. That urination thing, Chris Scott was in the Navy too, Navy SEAL, and the urine thing, it's right in the textbook.
Just before we get back on that urine thing, woo! Reading is more important than watching television. Goon Squad, remind me. Anyway. I wanted to pause just for the integrity of the cowbell at 17 years. The cowbell, in fact, the cowbell was instituted 16 years ago. We had been on the air 1 year, and it was February 2010, where Tater Pie, myself, programmers in the archives, came on the air and explained the cowbell, the significance, why we were going to have that here at the Cows. It remains all these years later, and I was waiting to listen because I generally, you know, if we listeners, myself, are talking guests, if the cowbell is appropriate to be played, I go ahead and ring. And I was listening and waiting to see, is the cowbell here? The cowbell is present. So just pausing. That is not no add in or nothing. I know we're at a time 2026, maybe even back then 2015, but certainly now we're at a time where it would be very easy to manipulate, edit, add in audio and all that. They get Dr. Welsing talking about President Trump's second term and all kinds of wacky things, but that cowbell was a part of the original broadcast, has been with us not the whole way, but almost the whole way. Real quick, *61 if you have anything quickly to share before we get back to Dr. Welsing. Again, our white guest should be joining us in about 40 minutes live time this here Sunday, February 8, as I give folks maybe 60 seconds, 30 seconds if they have a quick comment to share. Invest in the cows. Hit the blog, racism-notes.blogspot.com, racism-notes.blogspot.com. PayPal button in the top right corner. You'll see the links for Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Enormous gratitude to all the investors who've kept us on the air for 17 years. We're also, we have our wish list at Amazon. It is listed under Gus T. Renegade. It's linked at the blog. Again, enormous gratitude to all of the listeners who have nabbed an item or 10 over the years that we have been broadcasting. Hopefully, the Cows has been worthy of your time and energy. That's it. We will get back to Dr. Welsing. *61 if you have commentary on Dr. Welsing, what she is sharing or something happening, racism at the game, anything crazy happens of that nature. Let us know before we get to our white guest at the bottom of the hour. We will get back to Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, Grandcester, her thoughts on the weaponization of urine in the system of white supremacy.
Well, I definitely wanted to get your thoughts as well. Everything that has been reported this week, local, national, global system of white supremacy, the conflict between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Barack Obama, as well as House Speaker John Boehner, who I know we talked about quite a few times, and what you think motivates a lot of his behavior based on his complexion. What are your thoughts? I know the Washington Post, they had a big article this week called, it was titled Netanyahu's Contempt for Obama, and they kind of went into the history. What are your thoughts about this meeting where John Boehner invites Benjamin Netanyahu to come speak directly to Congress without involving President Obama, and even President Obama coming and saying that they were not going to, the White House would not meet with him when he visits the U.S.? What are your thoughts about all this?
Well, I think that, no matter what they attempt to do to President Obama, I mean, he is a brilliant person. He's very smart. He may not do everything that I wish he would do as the first black president as it pertains to black people's interests, but his brilliance and intelligence cannot be questioned, and I think that he is envied. It's the same envy that goes throughout the racism, white supremacy system and culture of white males towards black males, the whole need, therefore, to attempt to demean and to degrade. And so John Boehner and Prime Minister Netanyahu, I'm white. This is John Boehner thinking, I'm a white man. Netanyahu thinking, I'm a white man, and we don't have to respect this black man. That's at one level. At a deeper level, John Boehner, until proven otherwise, he has to have some black ancestry in the woodpile. In other words, how else to account for his color? But he wants to be accepted as white. And the same is true of Semites of the Jewish religion. You see, Netanyahu and the country of Israel calls itself a white country. But the anti-Semitism that has gone on historically throughout Europe and is going on in Europe at the present day, in France at the present day, is because many Europeans, I would dare say all Europeans, have taken the historic position that Semites of the Jewish religion are not white. You see, so you have two people who have questionable history. It's just like John Boehner experiences even to the present. People asking him, do you have a tan? Or questioning, why is your skin so dark? And he even stated in behalf of himself that in his family there were 11 children. 4 out of the 11, he said, took their color after their mother. Well, Ohio is a state that many of the ex-slave masters' children were sent to Ohio. And I would dare say, if his mother was dark, I mean, where did her color come from in a system of racism and white supremacy? It comes from, until proven otherwise, there were some miscegenated people in his background. So out of 11 children, you get 4 that are showing the genetic traits of the mother. And so I say he has a conflict. He has a conflict about his own appearance. He has a conflict consciously and or subconsciously, until proven otherwise, that he doesn't have black ancestry. And so people who are pretending to be white or who want to be white can be more vicious sometimes than white people, than just basic pure white. So I just say it's fascinating and interesting. There was a cartoon, an editorial page cartoon in the Washington Post. And it has President Obama entering a door, and it has Oval Office, And he comes into his office, and Netanyahu is sitting at his desk. And it says, Boehner invited me to give my speech from here, from the president's desk in the Oval Office. Do you see? So all of it is tied to, as Mr. Neely Fuller said, if you don't understand white supremacy, racism, what it is and exactly how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you. See, in President Obama, I guess it was at the, one of the luncheons, big luncheons for the news media people, and President Obama commenting about when they were giving John Boehner a hard time, when the Republicans were giving him a hard time, and President Obama made the joke, I guess orange is the new black, referring to his color.
Mm.
See, I went to school in Ohio. I went to school at Antioch College in Yellow Springs, Ohio. And there was a black man whose daughter became, one of his daughters was Virginia, what was her last name? Virginia Hamilton. And he was the exact same complexion, her father, who ran the cafeteria at Antioch College in the days that I was there. But he was a black man, exactly the same color as John Boehner, with crystal blue eyes. But he was just, a product of miscegenation that had taken the extent, the high-level extent that miscegenation took place during the hundreds of years of enslavement. And that's when most of the lighter-skinned black people were produced, during the period of formal enslavement, when white men had open access to African women anytime they wanted, such as Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings, but all the other presidents and all the other slaveholders who had open access and raping African women anytime they desired. And so you have a whole miscegenated population segment. I think there was some recent articles about the percentage of whites who have African and people who classify themselves as white. They got white on their identification papers, but they have genetic material from Africa because, again, of people being miscegenated, and then those who were light-skinned enough, some of those people decided to pass for white. I mean, there are many, 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 many black families who have that in their history.
Wow. It even reminded me, I think you were saying before, that you knew a person and they, I guess you were going to visit, or someone in your family was going to go visit them, and the person said, well, wait a minute, when you come, make sure you go around the back entrance, because the people here don't.
Right, my grandmother's cousin.
Wow.
I'm passing, and so, if you come to visit, don't come to the front door because they don't know I'm colored.
Wow. There is a black female. She just published a book talking about some of this, and she talks about a lot of that. She said that's a lot of what the book focuses on is what people lost, like having to do that. What does it mean to be a white person? What you have to give up to go ahead and carry that out all the way through. It just came out in like October, November, right end of 2014. I also, it's been so many things happening. I also wanted to make sure that I got in as well. Eugene de Kock, this is the White Death Squad leader in South Africa. He has been reported to have killed dozens of black men. I don't mean just like 24 or 36. I mean like dozens of black people during what they call apartheid in South Africa. And he wasn't just active in South Africa. This guy moved around to different parts on the continent. Anywhere black people were fighting and working against white supremacy, he was there to defend the white side of the chessboard. And they said this guy went to Namibia and different areas and, you know, committed these atrocities. And I even heard reports where they were saying they think he committed war crimes in terms of terrorizing random black people that were not, you know, a part of any military outfit or anything. He was just granted parole in South Africa this past week. His sentence was 2 life sentences plus. That was his original sentence, but he served 20 years and he's looking at parole. And I wanted to read a quick snippet from the New York Times report, but just for folks to hold that math in mind. So Nelson Mandela, former president, Madiba, he served 27 years. This guy, Prime Evil is his nickname, Eugene de Kock, who is reported to have killed dozens of black people, 20 years. So the report, it says Eugene de Kock's crimes became emblematic of some of the worst abuses in the apartheid era. One of the trademarks of the Black Plus unit was to bind a man with rope, place him over explosives, and then blow him up, a technique that killed the victim and destroyed the evidence. Justice Minister Michael Musafa said that Mr. de Kock was to be freed in the interests of nation building and because he had shown remorse for his crimes. Mr. Mustafa also said that Mr. de Kock had helped the authorities recover the remains of some of his victims. They went on to say that this was another aspect of reconciliation and they talked to some of the black victims or relatives of some of the victims, and they said they had forgiven this man and they felt he was really sincere, and you know they were willing to let this go. Just what are your thoughts about this, and particularly that concept, because I hear that word a lot, reconciliation. What are your thoughts, Dr. Welsing?
I'm going to have to say that it's mental illness on the part of black people. In other words, all over Africa, black people are killing other black people. And the value of black life is very, very low, not only in Africa, but all over the world. And for black people to be in the business of saying, it's all right. It's all right that you do this to us. And we forgive you. That's like black people effectively are still in chains. I mean, there's nothing but poverty all over the entire continent of Africa. There's poverty in this area of the world. There's poverty wherever black people are. Poor health, poor education, poor housing. But the priority on the part of black people, some black people that is to say, we forgive you. And so why isn't this a statement, it's all right for people who classify themselves as white to continue to go forward to oppress black people? Now, maybe this is related to the brain implant that has taken place under white supremacy, where God is given the image of God given to the oppressed and the enslaved African people is an image of a white man. And they want this white man to love them. No, not that they should love themselves first and love one another as black people first. No, love this white man. And you will secure your place in heaven with some white angels. I say this is mental sickness. And that person should have served a life sentence. But maybe black people didn't have any control over. You see, in other words, who is in charge in South Africa? Is South Africa under racism, white supremacy, or is it not? I say it's under racism, white supremacy.
To your point, Dr. Welsing, the videos that I've seen where they had, some of the family members of the victims, Christianity was mentioned a lot, where they were saying that, that God was only fit to judge Mr. DeCock, and as a Christian, they have to be about forgiveness. They brought in former Nobel Peace Prize winner Bishop Desmond Tutu, and he said that sometimes forgiveness is hard, but this is, what you're supposed to do as a Christian. It was a lot of Christian rhetoric spliced in when talking about this psychopath and mob. I mean, dozens of black people blowing up bodies and all kinds of things that he carried on for decades.
See, but at the same time, the Semites of the Jewish religion in the state of Israel, or wherever they might be located, if they want to go after and seek and find and kill any of the people that held them in concentration camps, that's okay. That's okay. But black people are supposed to say, it's okay if you kill us. And I say that has to do with the destruction of black self-respect that has taken place in the system of racism, white supremacy. You see, where consciously, subconsciously, black people are not even aware the extent to which black self-respect has been annihilated. You see, but that's like black people not being aware of the significance of the lyrics in some of these rap songs that are nothing but demeaning and degrading sex, degrading the reproduction of black life, and they don't see that this has any meaning. Or scandal, they don't see that it has any meaning. Or empire, they don't see that it has any meaning. And I say that's because black self-respect has been, well, first of all, black people do not, and I'm speaking generally, of course there are exceptions, but I'm saying we as a people do not hold the highest level of black skin, most black people do not value that as being beautiful. What's beautiful, the closer you look like the white oppressor in praise of the people who raped the black great-grandmothers. So there's been a shattering of black self-respect across the board. It's no different than black people all over the black world. Just like Asian people, people in Asia, people in the subcontinent of India wanting to bleach their skin. Because everybody has been taught under racism, white supremacy, to hate themselves and wish they were white. And this is why there is high-level willingness to kill other people of color in their immediate environs or otherwise. And this is what people of color, black people in particular, because we're the parent people. If we don't get our heads straight, and I'm talking about black people all over the world, if black people don't get their heads straight, then I say everything is lost. But we definitely need to see, this is very important information about what has taken place in South Africa. See, black people are completely impoverished. The largest percentage of black people living in huts and hovels, no paved streets, children not being educated, children sick and dying from HIV/AIDS and other diseases that if they had the proper health, they would not be dying. You see, and all the Western powers have to say is some strange name group of people. And so you all fight and kill each other. Some strange name group is grabbing young girls and raping them. Right, who is this strange group? All of these strange name groups, anytime they want to come up with a different strange name and say this is a non-white group of people that are doing it. But who is in charge? See, we're in a global system of racism and white supremacy.
Context of White Supremacy. Again, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. One of our listeners in the D.C. area, they wanted to get your feedback, especially because some of the folks, as I said, they'd heard that you, for a moment, didn't know if you were going to have difficulties continuing the Welsing Institute at Howard. But this is reported to have come out within the last week. This is at the WJLA website, local D.C. news. It reads, Howard University Middle School parents say principal fired social studies instructor for teaching black history. The report reads, parents are furious over what they're calling a sudden surge in teachers resigning or being fired from Howard University Middle School of Mathematics and Sciences, allegedly for teaching black history. As students came to school Wednesday morning, so did some of their parents, asking what's going on and why so many teachers are quitting or getting fired in the middle of the school year. As parents, we just want to get some answers, said Dorothy Lowry. We deserve to know what's going on. After all three of the school's social studies teachers gave their 2 weeks notice last week, parents say the new principal, Angelique Blackman, confronted all three with pink slips Tuesday in front of students. While students are still present in the classroom, how unprofessional, said parent Delrica Battle. These children are crying. They said they couldn't say goodbye. The teachers are upset. The students are upset. Parents Michelle Payne added, they were given to them in front of our children, and I think that our children do not deserve to see that type of behavior. Howard University Middle School is a public charter school on the campus of Howard University. Some parents describe Principal Blackman, who came from Atlanta, as abrasive. The school administration does not want the social studies teachers to teach African American history, said parent Shannon Settle. We are on the campus of an HBCU, historically black college and university. We need to know our culture. The school is 90% African American. The school declined to be interviewed. They wanted, as a D.C. resident and someone you've spent a lot of time on Howard University campus, what are your thoughts about this?
Well, I'm an alumnus of Howard University, and I don't know any of the details about this, but see, black institutions, we call them black. The funding the funding comes by and large from either the government or it comes from, white philanthropists or donors. So I don't know any of the details about this and this. I'm just hearing about this. So I don't really know what has transpired, but I certainly plan to try to find out more about it. But I was denied tenure when I was teaching in the medical school at Howard University, and I wrote the first paper, The Cress Theory of Color Confrontation and Racism, White Supremacy, and that paper became the basis that I was denied promotion and tenure at the College of Medicine, and the dean told me that it didn't make sense for me to say that white people were envious of black people because of their color. And so that was a struggle. Obviously, I was, denied tenure at the end of it, but again, many times it's like black organizations. Many of our organizations that black people believe are charged with protecting black people's rights are really not allowed to focus on and talk about racism or talk about it in any depth. They can use the word, but they can't talk about it in depth without the people who fund these groups, these organizations, getting upset. So again, I don't know what the details in the present situation are. If it's as stated that because of black history being taught, then that is a tragedy and sadness. But I dare say that that goes on across all black institutions, all black educational institutions. Can they have speakers who address in depth the issue of racism, white supremacy? They can talk about racism and they can count the number of people who have been killed or the number of people who are in prison. But to spell out what racism, white supremacy is, where you end up talking about white behavior, white behavioral necessity, they can be blocked from doing that. So this is a part of the dilemma that we are in as black people, and a part of the dilemma that must be solved. You see, this is the first day of black history, and I am proposing making the recommendation that we recast the whole idea of black history instead of looking backward. You see, all of the achievements of black people in the past are important, but we are on the brink of genocide. And I believe that what we are calling Black History Month should be called Black Consciousness and Black Awareness Assessment Month, where every year use the month of February to talk about how far along we have come in replacing the system of racism, white supremacy with a system of justice. You see how far we've come in economics, how far we've come in education, how far we've come in entertainment. Entertainment, for example, where there are no demeaning images. I mean, that ought to be the goal, where there are no demeaning images of black people, where black so-called performers and actors no longer participate in engaging in any demeaning activity, producing images that demean black people, where they think that they're just actors or actresses, and engaging in entertainment where this doesn't mean anything, or musicians are no longer producing trashy images in their music. You see, that would be entertainment. But then labor, what is the improvement in the black unemployment? In law, you know, making certain that racism, white supremacy is acknowledged in the legal system, as opposed to having a legal system where the head of the Supreme Court says the way to deal with racism is to not talk about it. You see, that means that the courts don't acknowledge racism, white supremacy. Now, anti-Semitism will be acknowledged. Anti-gay, lesbian, transgender, that'll be acknowledged. Discrimination against women, that will be acknowledged. Sexual harassment, that will be acknowledged on face value. But not racism, white supremacy when it comes to destructive behavior towards black people. So that's, you know, labor law, politics. Black people are no longer voting for people just because they're black or just because they're white. That black people present an agenda, and how far along have we come in that agenda, at the top of that agenda. You see, unacceptable is high levels of unemployment past the levels of unemployment that are in the white community, and that the government has to be the employer of last resort. Because if black men are massively underemployed, then the black family cannot function as a normal family. You see, and so that's, these are just ideas that we could be looking at in the assessment using the month of February every year. How far have we come in replacing the system of racism and white supremacy with a system of justice so that there can be peace? You see, labor law, politics, religion, that black people in a system of racism and white supremacy are no longer looking at an image of God as the image of the oppressor. See, how far have we come in replacing that, and at least get, if you want to worship Jesus as a historic figure, then he's black. Even Billy Graham says, Jesus, if he was in that part of the world, he could not have been white. He was not white, could not have been white. And so those kind of changes, religion, sex, that black people are no longer engaging in plantation sex, slave plantation sex. That means breeding and studying and not having to care about what happens to the offspring. See, slavery was an aspect of racism and white supremacy, and black people were not using their genitals to produce high-level development in the offspring. You see, we were under slavery / racism and white supremacy and breeding to produce more slaves. Currently, to the extent that people are not mindful that we're in a system of racism and white supremacy, and they have to be mindful and self-respecting of what they do with their genitals versus playing with sex and making offspring that are going to end up in the prison system. Primarily males who don't have fathers who are present. And that's why there has to be struggle on our part for employment, full employment for black people. You see, they can bring in all kinds of immigrants, whoever they want, but black people have to fight for black employment, demand black employment. Because if a man is not employed, he can't function as a husband and a father. And the whole family goes awry. Well, it's just being conscious of all of these things. And under war, that black people are not fighting and killing each other. So, if I could wave a magic wand, we would, radically restructure what we are referring to as Black History Month. And that it's the month of assessment, but it's the whole year that black people are focusing on their past, their present, and their future, and having clarity about what is our ultimate goal, what is our purpose on this planet. And I feel that, like if you ask the average person, what should black people, what's the goal for black people? See, I would dare say that if people had to really, like you go in the voting booth in the privacy of your voting booth and you write down what you think black people's goal objective is, I would not be at all surprised if the majority of black people wrote the goal objective is to be integrated with white people and to be accepted by white people, without realizing that black people cannot be integrated with white people without having white genetic annihilation. And this is why it will not happen. If the system is about white genetic survival, then it's not going to permit so-called integration, color blindness, Dr. Martin Luther King's idea that everybody should love, or Rodney King's idea that can't we all just get along? See, you can't get along if you have one segment of the population that has made itself the powerful segment is fearful of its genetic annihilation. That's why we should take this month, 2015, and decide that we are all going to have clarity about what the 500-year war against black people has been all about. See, to keep talking about black history, but we don't have clarity about what has the 500-year war against black people in general and black men in particular. What is this war about? You see, if we talk about marching for freedom and marching for justice, well, what's the obstacle to freedom? What's the obstacle to justice? And the answer to that is the system of racism and white supremacy, but you can't talk about it. So, to me, in my view, 2015, February 1st, throughout the month of February, black people should be focusing on and being determined to not let this shortest month of the year end without all black people understanding system of racism and white supremacy. And that this is the block and the obstacle to everything that we are complaining about. If we talk about the killing of young black men, all the young black men who have to go out in the street and be fearful that they're either going to be killed directly by police officers, white, or be killed by one another because of the psychological damage that has occurred under the system of racism and white supremacy. This is the highest form of terrorism and injustice. We need not look any further than what goes on in this area of the world and decide that we're going to talk about that. Well, those are my thoughts about Black History, what Black History Month, how it should be reconstructed and transfigured so that we are, every year we can see ourselves moving forward under our steam and under our own motivation to achieve certain things for ourselves. Black people being determined that they are going to replace the system of racism and white supremacy with a system of justice. And they're going to figure out exactly how to do that in short order.
Ashe, ashe. If folks tuning in, if you have questions you would like to ask Dr. Welsing, feel free to chime in. The number to dial is 760-569-7676, and the code is 564-943#. Press star 6 if you have a question. Let folks know you can tweet Facebook, all that. I know people are consumed with the Super Bowl, even to some of the issues we've been talking about since I'm in Seattle. I hear gunshots going off in the background. So there it is again, the ball games and warfare. But we'll hit the phone lines and see if folks have questions that they would like to get in. I think this, I won't, yes. The person at 1749, did you have a question for Dr. Welsing? Caller at 1749, did you have a question for Dr. Welsing?
Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Hey, how you doing, Gus? Thomas Smith from New York. How are you, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing? It's an honor.
I'm fine, thank you. Mm-hmm.
I had a couple of quick observations and some questions. First, I think that the whole thing with ISIS, like I never really put it in that the way you clarified the beef being them eating Osiris and or Assad, but it seems to me like ISIS represents to me the war on the black woman, and I think it plays out on reality TV and most of these shows we're watching. It's just a straight up attack on the black woman, the black queen Isis, the moon goddess, and every time you turn on TV, it's women acting quote unquote ratchet, black women in particularly on the reality shows and the characters, and some of those major shows, Scandal, How to Get Away with Murder, Empire. Sorry to say that one, Gus. But, the black female characters and male characters, but in particular the black female characters, Basketball Wives, Hip Hop and Love and all of that are just horrible, terrible. And at the same time, they're attacking the black woman in war. So it's like, all-out attack on the black woman. That's what I see. That was a comment. My question is regarding the book, American Sniper. I know you didn't read it. I had two questions. One of them in a particular passage in the book, and being that you're a child psychiatrist, the guy comes home from war after avoiding his family for months, bar fighting, finally decides to go home, and when he gets home, he sees his 2-year-old son, and he keeps commenting, oh man, when I left he was an infant, but now he has a personality, and he expects this 2-year-old to look him in the eyes as he's being reprimanded by him. And I just said, man, that was so telling of white psychology. 2 years old, I couldn't imagine making my 2-year-old son do something that I told him to do. I mean, that's the terrible tools. And that was one of my questions. What do you think about that?
Now, what do I think about that distorted understanding of what a 2-year-old child should be made to do? That's the question.
My question was, as far as the white character in the book coming home from war after killing savages or Afghani and Iraqi people, as he called them, savages, he finally comes home after not being involved with his child's life for 2 years, and he comes home and he expects his 2-year-old son to look him in the eyes as he reprimands him and tells him what to do. And I was just asking, what did you think about that as far as it regards the psychiatry of white supremacists?
Well, one of the things that can happen if a person has been programmed, meaning that you are at war and you are just killing one person after another, killing women and children, then your sensitivity towards human life gets distorted, if not completely destroyed. And so then you come home with that same attitude, and whether you're relating to a spouse or you're relating to a 2-year-old child, you really have lost sensitivity to human life. And so you are not behaving appropriately in relationship to human life or human values. I don't know, does that answer your question?
Definitely. I had another question regarding the book, but it was just an observation I've been making. and I wrote Gus, and I told him, you know, when I went to high school, my first time being involved with white people, you know, dealing with them on a day-to-day basis because my school was pretty mixed. And they had always had a fascination for a female with tight black leather pants, white female with tight black leather pants. And I was just, you know, the book that he mentioned that, you know, the day he met his wife, all he could remember was her in those tight black leather pants. And I've been watching, I'm in New York, and I'll sit in front of my building, and I've just been, you know, seeing the white women walk past in these tight black leather pants. And the men can't help but look, you know, or try to say something to them, try to talk to them. And you can see one walk past in a miniskirt, no one to look. Anything else but tight. I don't care how ugly the female is. They all, you know, run to hold the door for her or whatever. So I just thought that in my mind, you know, that tight black leather pants represented black skin. And I just want to know if you agree with that.
Well, I think that your phone was breaking up a little bit, but it's
I'm sorry about that.
Sex symbols for, that's okay, sex symbols for, just like white females say, their ideal mate is tall, dark, and handsome. And white males look at black stockings, black underwear, black negligees, and a sex symbol for them, so that whether it's the white male or the white female, deeply sexual attraction is towards the people who are dark-skinned or who have pigmented skin who can produce a product of color. So it's just like white men who want to appear really tough, like the bikers and whatnot. They have on all black leather. You see, white females, if they want to appear sexy, they have on black. And this is what's also interesting, that black people have been brainwashed into believing that black is supposed to be ugly, whereas in reality, whites deeply admire black, and when they are maximally dressed up, they don't put on white, they put on black. You see, they say black is the most sophisticated color, but in the meantime, they are brainwashing black people to hate themselves the more color they have. You see, they're supposed to consider themselves to be ugly. But at the same time, they will say the most powerful thing in space and in the universe is a black hole. Or the mysterious dark matter that they are attempting to investigate. You see, so I'm also advocating that black people start a whole movement to wash away, recondition their thinking, and that whereas they say all of the colors are fine, but most black is most beautiful. The highest level of melanin pigmentation is the most beautiful, as they are attempting to free themselves from racism and white supremacy, because the color code for white genetic survival is if you're black, get back. Brown, stick around, yellow, mellow, white, right. So most color is most deeply demeaned and degraded under white supremacy. And then black people step into that conditioning and begin to conduct that kind of thinking with themselves. And as long as that thinking is in our brain computers, we will never be emancipated from racism and white supremacy.
I have one more question.
A huge campaign, media campaign, subtle though it may be, to promote black females relating to black males, white females relating to black males. So you see commercials, and you see a black man, you see a white woman standing next to him.
I see that a lot. And I look at that sometimes, and I'm like, man, I can't believe that.
So that black males do not seek to reproduce the color black. They are being programmed to produce a lesser level of color. And if we were really a deeply thinking people, we would be able, if we understood racism, white supremacy, we would understand this to be deep psychological programming and not fall into it, you see. But you have, I was not long ago at one of the black institutions, and the young black female said that the black males, these are college students, and graduate students, black males saying to black females, you need to date white men because we want white women. We don't want black women. We want white women. So all of these things, I mean, all of this is a part of the tapestry, the warp and the weft of racism, white supremacy, and we need to be aware of it, not spending any time hating white people, but it's like mastering playing chess from the black side of the chessboard, where you know that the white side of the chessboard, the people who classify themselves as white playing white genetic survival by any means necessary, and so the black side of the chessboard has to play black self-respect and replacing racism, white supremacy with justice, not seeking to integrate, you interface, but if you are not functioning from a position of very deep self-knowledge and self-respect, you're not going anyplace.
Absolutely, I agree. Gus, can I ask one more question, or is that my time?
You can get one more in.
Thank you. Dr. Welsing, I love your book. I recommend it to everyone. I had one quick question, though. You always say the people, the Semitic people of the Jewish race, and I always give Jewish people pushback.
That's the Semites of the Jewish religion.
Yeah, the people of the Jewish religion.
I'm sorry.
Oh, am I breaking up again? I'm sorry. Let me go close to a window. I'm on a cellular apparatus. But yeah, well, I always give them pushback. I asked them that I'm in New York, so of course I have a lot of them. And when they try to run an anti-Semitic game on them, I ask them if they're Semitic or white. And they always tell me they're white. So, I did that Semitic talk pretty much right there. And I just wanted to know, why do you always reference them as the Semitic people of the Jewish race or the Jewish religion?
Well, I say that because people focus on what happened to the Semites of the Jewish religion in Europe and in Germany. And I say that if you want to understand racism, white supremacy, one of the most clear-cut examples is what happened during the Second World War in Nazi Germany. Now, the Semites of the Jewish religion emphasized religion. In other words, what Hitler did to the Jews. But Hitler, if you read his work, he said he was going to kill the Jews not because of their religion. He didn't care about their religion. He said because they are not white. And this is a white supremacy state. And I say that, it's like those who don't learn from history or who don't read history are bound to repeat history. So if black people want to understand what happens when non-white people attempt to assimilate into a system of white supremacy, that it can't work, because if people who classify themselves as white want to remain white, they cannot assimilate people who will cause white genetic annihilation. And so the word Semite is the same as the word mulatto or mixed race. But that's not talked about, and that's not emphasized. But that is what, so Hitler killed Semites of the Jewish religion. He killed, see, in other words, it's like we have black people who, for all intents and purposes, look white. But if you ask them what is their genetic background, they say, I'm black. So Hitler, when faced with the same kind of dynamic, said, okay, I'm looking at you, you look white, that's why I want to know who your parents and who your grandparents were. Because if you're carrying any genetic material from black, then you can contaminate a population that I want to be pure white. Now that dynamic is going on in Europe to this very day. See, Europe is going through, I mean, they talk about Muslims, but if you were looking at the news and reading articles about what's going on in Europe, where Europe has anti-Jewish, Semites of the Jewish religion, anti-Muslim, anti-black, any people of color that are trying to go into Europe to get employment and to escape whatever is going on in their countries. They're facing very high levels of discrimination. And people talking about get rid of them. See, we have a variation on the same thing going on with gentrification. But as long as people don't understand, see, I talk about what happened in Germany because it gives you insight into the thinking of racism, white supremacy. See, we can learn that from the Nazis and the white supremacists here, who are what? Talking about the same thing. But as long as people want black people to be in a state of confusion, then they don't want black people talking about racism, white supremacy, and they don't want black people understanding that in depth. And that's why all black organizations that receive money from white people are not allowed to talk about racism, white supremacy in depth. But the Attorney General, Eric Holder, raised a profound question: are we a nation of cowards, being unable to talk about racism? The only racism is white supremacy. There's no black supremacy, no yellow supremacy. The only racism is white supremacy. That's why Neely Fuller says racism in parentheses white supremacy. And if we wanted to be a really healthy people and to be a people who are making progress towards replacing racism and white supremacy with justice, we have to talk specifically about it. So that's why I talk about Germany.
Thank you, Thomas in New York.
I don't know, does that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. From what I got, it definitely sounded like the Jews who were in Germany at the time of World War II were not as white-blooded as the ones that we have here today. I pretty much that's what I got the gist of.
But when you say not as, see, you got to wait a minute. But when you say not as white-blooded, you have to look at black families. Large numbers of black families have people who can pass for white. It just means that a high level of miscegenation has taken place. If black people have a color code, don't marry anybody darker than yourself, then they are on the path of trying to get lighter and lighter and lighter. Or have sex with a white person when you can, so that you can have an offspring that's lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter. That's what non-white people all over the world do, under white supremacy. They've been taught hate yourself and want to be white. That's how white supremacy is held together. See, white people have asked me, well, if you say that white people are fewer than 1/10 of the people on the planet and people of color are 9/10, how is it that the 1/10 can control the 9/10? And I say, well, it could be that the 1/10 is smarter, but I don't believe that. I simply think that the 1/10, because they figured out what they had to do to survive, figured out that they had to, number one, conquer the non-white people, and then teach the non-white people to hate themselves and to want to be white. So then the behavior product from the non-white people is to hate being non-white, be at war against other non-white people, self-included. And so then the behavior of the non-white people is supporting white supremacy. Top it off, we give them an image of God that looks like white people. And they will always be under your control. I mean, everybody wants Jesus to love them. Well, Jesus is a white man as portrayed by the system of racism, white supremacy. Translate, I want white people to love me so I can go to heaven.
Right on. We did have other callers. Did that satisfy your question, Thomas in New York?
Absolutely, Gus. Thank you very much, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing.
Right on.
Context of White Supremacy. Back live. February 8th. Super Bowl. Patriots. Seahawks, which does not help because that is exactly what the matchup was when Dr. Welsing was with us way back when. February being Awareness and Assessment Month for victims of white supremacy. One bit of assessment, since I already asked, and it is halftime. The current performer, known as Bad Bunny, is he classified as white or non-white? Latina is not a racial classification. I saw the fella, I think Friday, and I really took a look at him. I think this is a white dude. I might be mistaken. I do make errors. Same illustration. So if Adolf Hitler and he's, the non-white people, you are going to the gas chambers right now. Everybody who is not white. Does Bad Bunny need to be nervous? Or you're not talking about me? When I looked at him on Friday, I thought he does not need to be worried. In fact, he's someone we can go to. Hey, man, we love you. We're friends. We weren't out there protesting saying don't let him participate at the Super Bowl. Man, don't let him, get. That's what I'd be thinking, that he is accepted as white. I make a lot of errors on the racial classification, and that tends to be my error. False positives, I think they call that, where you identify someone that you think is a white person, but they are not accepted as a white person. I do that a lot. I could be doing that here. If that is the case, my bad, sir, my bad. But I'm just going on what I see. Jennifer Lopez, like I've seen this before, right? Cameron Diaz, there are lots of individuals who are classified as white, and they speak Spanish. I'm not that confused. Context of white supremacy. One tidbit that I am confused about, oh man, our white guest for today. I'm looking forward. That was my vision the whole time, was going to replay the archive of Dr. Welsing, even though I will say for a moment I was a bit torn to live the great 206 where the Seahawks, this is their 4th time at the Super Bowl since we have been broadcasting. So we've had many, like I could have played another time where we were broadcasting live. The year before, that was 2015, 2014. We were on the air, broadcasting live. Dr. Welsing was not with us that year, although she was with us for another Super Bowl, but she was not with us the year that the Seahawks won the Super Bowl in 2014, but we were on the air. Oh my goodness. The hooting and hollering, you would have thought that DraftKings existed back then, and some people had bet like their mortgage on the Seahawks, and they were just, it was Jubilee. Man, I remember it like it was yesterday. Hopefully people are not wagering and gambling on the game or anything. But either way, I did think about going back to replay that just to make sure my memory is not bad, because I remember I called attention to it live on the air. Like, wait a minute now, I think I was the only person who was actually in even Washington State, not just the Seattle area, Washington State. I don't think we had nobody in Pullman, like Spokane, listening into the program and being all excited and turned up for the Seahawks like they got money on the game or something, or got family on the roster. Anyway, but confusion nonetheless. Our white guest for today, my vision, we were going to go back a little bit of Dr. Welsing, or a lot, whatever, and then have our white guest on, and then, I don't know, have to kind of see time-wise, like how long we're going to chat it up, and then maybe we hear a little bit more Dr. Welsing, or people have observations from the game, because frequently it'll be something racist will happen, or I can clear up my confusion. Is this Bad Bunny dude white or not? Cool. Move on to other things. Whatever. See how it all goes out for the evening. Our white guest emailed me on Friday afternoon. Looking forward to it. Excited. Let's get down. Great. We had full schedule, right? We've been broadcasting. We broadcasted Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, today, and we'll be here Monday, and early Monday. I kept saying, not even I think Seahawks have the lead at the half, right? Isn't that true? I had said a week ago, we're getting our parade, we're going to beat these Bammers, avenge 2015, give us our trophy. Said that a week ago. Supposed to go this way. I said I can't be out rolling around in the street drunk, celebrating, acting a fool, which they did in 2014 when they went. Can't do that. Got a program early tomorrow because our guest from one of them Scandinavian countries where they're probably watching. In fact, I'm going to have to put that down and ask, did they have the Super Bowl on in your part of the world? Now, it's late over there. I think with the time difference and everything, it's after midnight for the. I know from the cows, it's like I think like 1, something like that, for the people in like London, and maybe even a little later for some of the folks in other regions, Germany and such. But it is way late, so it'll be early tomorrow morning because of that time difference. It'll be, what is it? 2. See, I don't like those early programs, but it'll be 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central, 11 a.m. Pacific tomorrow. Our early broadcast, our Scandinavian guest. But I'm going to for sure ask him, did they have the Super Bowl on? Maybe he didn't watch it, but if you had wanted to, could you have watched the Super Bowl and maybe even broadcast in one of them Scandinavian languages, live time? I'm going to ask him just to see if football is that ubiquitous, because I think it is. Be that as it may, I'm all looking forward to having our white guest with us. He emails at his time, 5:30 in the morning, my time, 3:30 in the morning, after he's already confirmed to be chatted up to say, oh, I can't join. Deuces. It does not get any better than Tacky. And even with like the circumstances, this is like the best of circumstances for a no-show, because I would have done the same thing almost anyway. Dr. Welsing was going to do that. We would have been here anyway. So to a small degree, I still was, prepped to talk to him. So it still took some time, but I would have still had to do a lot of this anyway, just because we were going to be here for Dr. Welsing to go back and revisit. But I was, because he did research racism in the NFL, and specifically the area of labor, the brain damage and CTE aspect. That is important. And he actually has done research on that too, but the hiring component. They only have 3 Negro coaches in the NFL. Not that having all 32 teams with Negro coaches, that's not going to be the replacement of white supremacy with justice. But the flagrant racism, one, it would at minimum be an opportunity to give a nod to the late, great, another ancestor, Johnny L. Cochran Jr., who, in addition to O.J. Simpson and Geronimo Pratt and the Dead Wilder case, black male who was trying to take his pregnant wife to the hospital and was shot and killed by LAPD, Johnny Cochran worked against racism in the NFL's hiring to try to see if they could get more black head coaches jobs. Was working on that at the time of his death over 20 years ago. So I was looking forward to at least getting in a shout out to Johnny Cochran, but to specifically addressing some of the refined racism, because they have this, what do you call it, mandate in the NFL. It's called the Rooney Rule, and they have it in some of the other professional sports leagues too, where you're supposed to, the white people who own the teams and the general managers, the white people who are in charge of hiring, they are supposed to at least pretend to interview black candidates. This happens in a lot of jobs where they will, hey, we believe in diversity and minorities and blah, 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 and they'll bring in a lot of black people, make it look like they're going to hire them, but then they don't hire any of them. There are white people who have accused the NFL of being so slick and refined in their racism and their refusal to hire black head coaches. Again, nigh on 2030, unless I'm misinformed, there are currently 3 black head coaches in the NFL. Not that I'm rooting for more brain damage, all of that. But I wanted to ask him, since he has studied this, written about this, white people have publicly said they think that the white people at the NFL are so slick. Jerry Jones and his ilk, who didn't want to hire, colluded to not hire Colin Kaepernick, some allege. They think that the way they are subverting the Rooney Rule is they will, let's say we got Leroy. And so Leroy, come on in, and we heard you've been doing great things as a defensive coordinator or offensive coordinator, or maybe you were a head coach at college or whatever. You've been doing a great job. Come on in. And they go through the motions, do the, man, great candidate, and okay, we got a couple other people to talk to, blah, blah. They already know they're not going to hire Leroy. And in fact, some of the white people have been bold enough to publicly say they think, hey, we already know. We got our white candidate that we want to hire, and we might even have already done a wink, wink, nod, nod. We're going to do interviews, that type of thing. And so then they double get over, not only have they already got the person that they want to hire, well, let's just go ahead and interview Leroy. Hey, we believe in diversity. Come on, Leroy. We're going to interview. Let's see if you can get the job. Yeah, you're one of the best candidates. Sorry. Choked there. You're one of the best candidates, Leroy. We're going to talk to a few other folks, and we're going to let you know. And then, like I said, they never let you know. It's 3. And I was even going to ask him about old Mike Tomlin, black male, because it used to be 4. Now it's 3. I was going to ask him about old Mike Tomlin, because I didn't know until recently that Western Pennsylvania, where the Steelers play, brother Mike Tomlin coached there for nearly 20 years. That is very close to many racially restricted regions. Pittsburgh, the town itself, is not. But man, it is surrounded by a lot of racially restricted regions. I would not want to be one of 4 black head coaches in the NFL in Western Pennsylvania. In fact, I had said, I think some of the calls, because they had been calling for him to be fired, get rid of the dude. And I was going to ask him, do you think some of that is racism? Because he didn't exactly have a bad season, like, what, get rid of it. He even had some of the data. That's why I wanted to ask him about that. He had data where it was talking about, a lot of time, number one, he had data that said, if you are classified as a privileged black male, that is not going to help you get a job, head coaching job in the NFL, period. The data shows that, at least his research, he said other people, it had been confusing and ambiguous. Remember, he said, based on the research that I've done, it is not going to help your cause being a black dude and trying to get a head coaching job in the NFL. No way. Now, move on to other things. Like I said, the Rooney Rule, Mike Tomlin, I wanted to ask him about that. And then the officiating component, because he also had research on racism with regards to the officials who call the games. Do they practice racism? Even some of it broke down in terms of the racial classification of the officials. Does it matter if you have black people officiating the game? Does it matter if it's an all-white crew? That sort of thing. How racism, even are the black officials subject to racism, and how does that impact the way that they officiate the game? Like, I was looking forward to asking some of those specific questions, right, about different aspects of how racism is manifest in professional football that we're watching today. And even I was going to get a quick question about the CTE, because he has done research on concussions as well. But literally, he weaseled out. Like I said, I get to get an email at 3:30 in the morning after he'd already confirmed. Now, I mean, like, I guess you could have like a family emergency, or, you know, a child got sick, or he got the measles because people aren't doing the vaccines and all that. I guess that could be the case, but like, it's Super Bowl Sunday. It's like a holiday. Like, even if you're in a city where you don't have a football team, it's like a holiday. People cut out on church to go watch the Super Bowl. And church is in the morning in most places, you know. Even still, there's so much time and energy required in the build-up. We got to go get all the Cheetos and pepperoni pizzas and the potato chips and the soda pie. I can't leave out the Mad Dog 2020. I mean, win, lose, or draw, we got to have a teaspoon of the Mad Dog. So it takes all day, maybe even all weekend, to get prepared and the vittles and invite people over and get the new television. And, man, I cut out on white Jesus to get ready for the Super Bowl, so it makes it hard for me to believe that something happened at 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't know. Doesn't get any better than Tacky. At minimum, I will allow for a little bit more Dr. Welsing, because, man, just always grand to hear her and all of the wisdom that she shared with us. She was so generous with her time all of those years, not just here, but so many different platforms, and even decades before we had such a thing as Wi-Fi, doing lecture. If anything, that is why I have stressed, accented that, hey, Dr. Welsing and Neely Fuller Jr. both should have been in Black-owned, The Revolutionary Life of the Black Bookstore, which is a phenomenal book. We're wrapping it up this coming Friday. Last session, it has been great. I've learned so much. We had extra supplementary guests on the program. Dr. Joshua Clark Davis White Man, who inspired the book. Both he and the author, Shar Adams, said with his report, The FBI's War Against the Black Bookstore. But that war is centrally focused on, hey, you all can be talking about some old romance novels. You can have your little gender war things and blame one another and say, no, it's no Count Leroy's fault. No, it's no Count Lakeisha's fault. You can do all that stuff. You can do your old lame romance novels, and that's going to be more the same. It's your fault. No, it's your fault. And beat each other. You can do all that. Love it. Love it. Love it. You're going to get serious and say you want to get a bookstore and sell ISIS papers. You want to get a bookstore and sell Neely Fuller Jr. I mentioned Dr. Kamal Kambon today. He owned a bookstore in North Carolina. You know, get a bookstore and try and talk serious, scientifically about replacing white supremacy with justice. He'll burn you down, bomb you, arrest your customers, all of the above. Like, man, burn your books, all of it. And I think Dr. Welsing and Mr. Fuller's book, that the bot changed. I think I read last week when I mentioned this with the bot initially said that those books, what I'm saying now, those books represent a threat to the system of white supremacy, to get white people to get non-white people, victims, to seriously think about the world that we live in as being dominated by an entire system of people classified as white to dominate all the people that they say are not white. That is very different. They do not want that, which further, again, can this problem be solved? Absolutely. If the answer was no, who cares? Like, you lame everything that you said is true. You lame darky retards, you go and get, hey, I will buy you some ISIS papers. You little lame retards, go sit around. I'll buy you a library, a bus, and you all sit around and read ISIS papers all day long. Sit around and read Neely Fuller all day long. Pile up as many books as you little retard Negroes, you little chimpy monkeys. Read all. That's what it would be. They got Ben a tablet in primate, man. He can read and talk to the white. That's what it would be. Not we better go spot what they reading. Are they in the fiction section? Oh, they're not in the fiction. What we gonna do? We gotta shut that right there. You got all the guns, you got all the bullets, you got all the weapons in the world. Look at all the security they got at the Super Bowl. They had facial recognition at the Super Bowl, I think a quarter century ago, they said. I'll double check when I get back to the Dr. Welsing recording, but I think they had facial recognition at the Super Bowl about a quarter century, what I said, I was accurate, a quarter century ago. Circa 2000, I think they had that technology back then. You're telling me with all of that dominance and wealth and ignorant Leroy, all it takes is for Leroy to pick up a copy of United Independent Compensatory Code System concept, and we might have a problem. This problem can be solved. Just a little bit more stick-to-itiveness, a little bit more revision of believing that this problem can be solved. This problem can be solved. Dr. Welsing was a big proponent of that. And then rearranging some of our priorities, usage of time and energy. And one, you can start with not being absorbed with the game. Try to do my part annually. Pretty close to annually, because we have been here consistently for football, the Super Bowl specifically, for years. And trying to distract from that and de-emphasize that, devalue that, even explicitly encouraging, if you have black children, especially black boys, do not let them park and hang out in front of the Super Bowl. Like I said, like if you're having some sort of event at your house, they see that. Like that ends up being just like Christmas. We just had white Jesus' birthday, Thanksgiving, all the rest of it. They see all that time and energy to go and get this and food. And plus, it's all over the town. You go to the Super Bowl, you go to the supermarket, and they got all of the football paraphernalia, and every potato chip you can think of is on sale, and the pizzas and everything else. It's another holiday, really. And so if you're engaged in that in your house, and I've seen that, or if you're going to go to a party, or even if it's just, you can go to a family member's house and watch the game, and maybe we'll have some food or whatever. Oh, man. The brain damage on top of it, all the bad food, and that, even if you in your residence, even if you all got lots of roasted vegetables and unsalted pistachios, water, fresh fruits, wonderful. Even if that's the case, that game, they are going to be advertised. Pizza, chicken wings, Cheetos, liquor. It might not be Mad Dog, but it's going to be some alcohol advertised on the game. I'll take that wager all day. There's going to be lots of bad food, and that has an impact for young people especially. That's the sort of stuff pizza. Try not to let your children watch that. Somebody does say don't have a television in your household for that type of reason. I can't even say bad influence. I mean debilitating influence. There we go, because it hits so many different areas of people activity in such a vile and destructive and long-lasting manner, especially with the food. I can't say that. The Super Bowl Sunday, that alone. Look, pause, or you don't have to pause. If you're watching the game, you can, take note. Is this Bad Bunny dude? Is this a white dude or a non-white dude? That's one. And then two, How many advertisements do you see for ultra-processed food? You could just do that. Click how many times you see something that would be classified as an ultra-processed food for just one round of commercials that they probably spent $500 million to get on air for 30 seconds. Do that. We'll get back to Dr. Francis Cress Welsing's 26th visit to the context of white supremacy. CTE.
Thank you for your call.
The person that dialed in, I guess you're on the flash phone. Did you have a question for Dr. Welsing?
Greetings. Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
Greetings, Dr. Welsing. You said it's Black History Month, and I heard your comments on, how you would, I guess, change that or whatever. But my question is, what do you think about history as far as, have you ever imagined, because right now you have people saying basically like the transatlantic slave trade didn't exist. Did you foresee any type of history being revised or changed? And what do you think about that? Like, is it important? What are your thoughts on that? Was that going on in your time, where people were like, just some people would say this history and some people would say that? What do you think about that?
Well, see, I think, again, like if black people get a black self-respect focusing, then they are, they're reading everything that they can about their history. They're reading and they're studying. It's not just like a once-a-month thing looking back. But see, we're making history as we are talking. History, there was, if you can go back to, let's say, 1848, and what was Frederick Douglass doing then? He was making history. And so that people who read about him today, he didn't call what he was doing making history. He was living. And he was doing, Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, any black person that you name. They were doing something every day. They were making history as they did it, but they didn't call it. They called it living in the present and trying to make certain things happen in the future. And so we are living in the present. And whatever it is that we are doing from moment to moment, minute to minute, day to day, we are making the future. We are making history. Neely Fuller says the study of history should be, where do we make our mistakes? In other words, if you in living should be about achieving goals. And so if for 500 years we've been trying to get free from something that people who classify themselves as white are doing to us, we should be studying, okay? Well, now for the last 500 years, our group of people in one way or another have been struggling against this. What is it that we have not yet understood? So that our practice on a daily basis is for the purpose of doing something, not so that we can look forward to having a carnival next year, and then a carnival the next year, and a carnival the next year, and a summit meeting the next year. No, we should be trying to analyze, well, wait a minute, why should we be suffering for the past 500 years against something that another group of people are doing to us or causing us to do to ourselves? so that we can make progress. So I'm saying, to me, that's like a dynamic view of history. A static view of history is just looking back. So-and-so did this in the past. So-and-so did that in the past. So-and-so was the first this in the past. All of that is important information. But if we are not setting goals, I mean, this is a big football day. Teams are thinking about what goals they want to achieve in the future. Players are thinking about what goals they want to achieve, what goals do they want to achieve in today's game. And all of that depends on how much they understand about the game of football and how much do they understand about the players in the different positions, what it is that they need to be doing to maximize their effectiveness on the field. And, fitting Black History Month in that framed, I say we ought to be, what are our goals? What are we trying to achieve? What is it that we don't understand? What is it that we didn't understand? Where do we make our mistakes? How can we move forward more efficiently? Well, see, and I say the first thing we need to understand is that people who classify themselves as white, if they are going to survive genetically, cannot be integrated. Allow integration of the vast majority of people of color with them, because then they will become non-white people themselves. They want to remain a genetic recessive mutant group of people. Now that's their choice. But it means that they have to do certain specific things to non-white people and especially black people, because black people have the greatest genetic potential to cause white genetic annihilation. That's why, part of their agenda is to effeminize black males, turn them into women if possible. And they are making headway, because that will produce black genocide. And they are making headway. See, they are making headway. Every time another black man is killed, they're making headway. Every time they make a biological weapon that can destroy tens of thousands of people on the continent of Africa, they're making headway. Because they set a goal. See, it's like they analyze the entire planet. Where are the people? What color are the people? If we mix our genetic material with any of these other people, what happens to us? See, they made a global assessment. And so they figured out, what it is that we need to do. We have not independently made a global assessment of what it is that we must do out of respect for ourselves. And that's why we're vulnerable. See, we can't even talk about it. We're not even permitted to talk about what is our situation and what is causing our situation, because if we focus on it, then people who classify themselves as white, who fund our various organizations, they say, no, we don't want you focusing on that, and so that will cause problems for us. So as long as you focus on other things, but don't be specific about talking about racism. As a matter of fact, remove that as much as possible from your discussion, and we will be able to fund your next convention.
Dr. Welsing, have you seen some? Oh, thank you for your answer too on that. Have you seen somebody that was very confused? As far as just either your clinical work or outside the lab or clinic or whatever. Have you seen somebody, a grown person, let's say over the age of 12, that was, very disoriented as far as the reality that their perceptions of reality. Have you seen someone like that?
Now, are you talking about of racism, or are you talking about somebody who might be hearing voices?
Racism. Racism. Not like psychotic or anything. But have you seen someone? Yeah, racism. Have you seen someone that was confused about that, to the point where you felt like it might have been dangerous, because it is dangerous to their lives? Have you seen them change? And if so, like, what were some of the techniques or tactics that they used to change? Because I'm just wondering, like, how do we allot our time as far as with some of these grown people? Like, is it really possible for them to change? And if so, like, what are some of the things that you've seen them do that change their perception?
Well, let me say this. I see people all the time. People will encounter me on the street or in a supermarket. Say, Dr. Welsing, you don't know me. I know who you are. I read your book. You saved my life. Or I get letters from people in prison. I wish I knew before what I know now after reading your book. You see, people who are on jobs and are discriminated against based on race and end up having a stroke because of high blood pressure, because of being mistreated on the job. You see, people saying, why do they act like this towards us? It's like all the black people who are saying, why are the police officers shooting black men? I mean, why? Why do they do this to us? Rodney King, why, after being beaten, why can't we all just get along? Now, as long as people are saying this, they don't understand racism. They know how to spell racism, but they don't understand racism, white supremacy. I have said racism, white supremacy is a system for white genetic survival and to prevent white genetic annihilation on planet Earth. White genetic annihilation occurs when black men have sex with white women. Just like Obama's parents. The offspring is black. Now, just like in Germany, when Jewish men started having sex with German women, and that number increased, that was when Hitler came to power and started killing Jewish people. So black people from, civil rights era and so-called what people want to call post-racial, you have more black men having sex with white women, marrying white women than ever before in the history of this part of the world. And what do you have happen simultaneously? More black men being shot and killed by white men who are licensed to carry guns. And they call it justifiable homicide. So I'm saying I'm really on a mental health mission as a general psychiatrist and child psychiatrist. I got started in psychiatry. What is making black people mentally ill? That was my motivation for staying in psychiatry training. Because I realized in taking histories on black psychiatric patients, and that's just like taking a history on every black person. Racism is in the middle of that history. See, there's no black person that is not encountering racism, white supremacy 24/7, even when they're not aware of it, because if they think about, I think I'll go to the bank and make a loan. I think I'll go and try to get a job. A black person can't do anything without encountering racism, white supremacy. Now, then they can start engaging in denial. Oh, there's no racism. That's only Dr. Cress Welsing talking about it. See, they've done studies. All the black people who graduate from college, what kind of difficulties do they have getting a job compared to white college graduates? I just talked to a black young man who just finished law school, passed the bar, can't get a job. See, because there's the denial of racism. Black people want to believe it isn't so. Well, psychiatry, it's like we were trained in psychiatry. Help people face reality even when they're afraid to do so.
Hopefully the context of white supremacy helps to do a teaspoon of that as well. Just a teaspoon, maybe. Back live, context of white supremacy. February 8, 2026. I just paused briefly, not correcting Dr. Welsing at all. Really just, it reminded me of another book. I can quote her, reading is more important than watching television. It reminded me when she was talking about black people go to law school and can't get a job, and they got all these studies about black people go to school and then, they have a much more difficult time than white people who've gone to college. Man, Clarence Lusane, in his book, Pipe Dream Blues, he cites studies, not, I think, or I heard, there are whole reports. Black people with no criminal record graduate from college have a more difficult time getting employment than white people with a criminal record who dropped out of high school. I remember when I first read it, and we interviewed Clarence Lusane in 2010. The first time I read that in that book, Pipe Dream Blues, I was staggered. Why, that is one of those that will make you, man, I'm going to get me some fentanyl and crack Mad Dog and play video games and watch football all day long my whole life. You talk about kill your motivation to do anything, and that is the system of white supremacy racism. That's why I said you have to tell non-white people, like you being competent and intelligent, you will run directly into the system of white supremacy racism. Guaranteed. Reminded me, non-Clemson grad, he said on the program he was valedictorian, everything, got all his certifications on the job, doing amazing work. They go around and steal his intellectual property, he told us. But they don't want to give no promotion. Said they lead him around by the nose, saying, way we smacking around these old Patriots by the nose. Won't give him no promotion. I think he even had told us that they had promoted some old white person who was kind of incompetent, didn't have too much experience or nothing. Like, I'm sure not a valedictorian. That is the system of white supremacy. And her talking about being in denial about it, that is so important. hopefully, all I can say is that many people use the word racism. Many people, non-white, don't even have a definition for that term. So even though they are saying or writing racism, they really, as Dr. Welsing said, really do not have a grasp of what does that mean. And we certainly, non-white people, do not understand what it means to be classified as white. We are so confused and so resistant, so in denial about the power that people classified as white exert over our lives. I think even 202, she was talking to us in 2015. I think that is still true. 2026 might even explain why so frequently we end up being distracted and wasting a lot of time and energy focusing on other non-white people, because that is a lot less scary than the prospects of facing the man, the woman, the child, even racist child. Kind of scary. 15-year-olds, 14-year-olds. I was going to say it's Negro History Month, but Dr. Welsing said it's Awareness and Assessment Month. I am aware of the Little Rock Nine and many other instances that they will talk about Negro History Month. Frequently, it is racist child. It'll be a white 15-year-old, a white 17-year-old out there at the middle of all of the mayhem, terrorism, racist child. Anyway, hopefully the context of white supremacy also in the business of helping non-white people not be in denial about the system of white supremacy. We will have to do lots to change, refocus, reorient our behavior to solve the problem. Again, if folks see anything with regards to white supremacy, racism, as we are winding down the game, see how long we'll broadcast. Certainly we'll do a little bit more. I said Dr. Welsing was with us for this specific broadcast, I think for the duration of the game. Talk about dedication to solving the problem. But she was with us the whole time. So we'll see how much that we play. Again, if you have made any observations during the game and or made observations of what you heard from Dr. Welsing, *61, we can pause to take note of maybe even hearing this again. If people heard it before, maybe some time has elapsed, so it'll be a little bit fresh hearing it again. But let us know if you have a thought, observation, and or if you saw the halftime performance. Bad Bunny, white, non-white. Let us know. We'll get back to Dr. Welsing. I'll keep an eye out, see if folks have a thought as we proceed. Nab folks during the next session where we pause. Back to Dr. Welsing from 2015, Context of White Supremacy.
Because if you can't face reality, there's a 5-letter word that lay language uses. It's crazy. 70% of black families are single-parent households. Single-parent households are not healthy for children, and especially male children who don't have father guidance. What happens to them? How they happen to join gangs so that they have a sense of protection because they don't have father protection. Why don't they have father protection? Because of the levels of unemployment of black males. Or fathers not having jobs and they start selling drugs, and so 3 strikes you're out, or you're going to go to jail for prolonged periods of time, not given sentences like white men are given sentences. No, you're going to face disparate sentencing that is designed specifically for black males to keep them out of their families so that the next generation of males is destroyed. So you say, do people show up? Black people show up when their marriages fall apart. Black people show up when they can't get married. Black people show up when they're mistreated on jobs. Black mothers show up when they're worried about their sons getting killed. So I don't know. That's racism affecting people. And when people don't understand racism, they have a whole lot of questions like, why is this happening? Why did this happen to me? Why is my mortgage foreclosed on? I don't know. Does that answer your question?
So you're saying that, I think so, you're saying that basically we should just,
I'm sorry, go ahead. Did she answer your question? Because I wanted to try to make sure we got all this. Did she answer your question?
I mean, I guess it's not nothing big where I need to keep on talking. You know what I mean?
Understood.
I mean, can you speak up and just speak a little bit louder so I can hear? I understood your question. Do you see people who are impacted by racism, and then when they are helped to understand racism, they function better? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that was clear, Dr. Welsing. Thank you for coming on and speaking with us.
Was that your question, or just to make sure, because I thought you were asking about specific techniques that you've seen that are effective at getting through to people who are confused. So did she get to what you wanted? No. Did she get to what you wanted?
Yeah, I was more interested in maybe some techniques that she's seen, how people were able to turn their lives around from being confused.
I see. I guess.
Well, let me answer in this way. Let's say that if a person came to my office, it's like I spend time asking that individual person about their history. And so they are giving me very specific details about their history from childhood forward. So, in other words, that is the individual who is functioning or failing to function within the framework of racism. But when they come in for therapy, then you are speaking directly to the questions that they raise or the symptoms that they raise. Do you see? So let's say any given person who is concerned about any aspect of their function, they could be suffering from depression or they could be suffering from anxiety, just say some very basic things. It's important for them to go and to talk about themselves as individuals. I mean, it's like every individual person's experience is their experience,
right,
and it has to be dealt with as their experience. But all those individual experiences, like rivulets running into a common river, or derivatives from a common stream. But they are being helped as individuals to, when they come in and they are saying, I want help with X, Y, Z, or why am I doing X, Y, Z, or what has happened to me that is causing X, Y, Z.
That was much clearer. Thank you, Dr. Welsing.
I hope that
made perfect sense.
Okay.
Absolutely clear. Thank you.
Cool.
All right. Thank you.
The person at 9400, did you have a question for Dr. Welsing? Your line should be open.
Yeah. Hello, hi. I'd like to first off thank you both for being here today. I have a few questions. Dr. Welsing, you said that you announced one time to your grandmother that you were going to be a Marxist, and she made a comment I'd like to know, what is your political affiliation? Are you still a Marxist or a socialist, or none at all?
LeVar, would you please repeat that last part? What is my association with Marxism? I didn't hear that.
She said she had heard where you had classified yourself as a Marxist before, and your grandmother's response, she said, what is your political affiliation now, if you have one?
Okay. Yes, when I was about 16 or 17, I said, I'm a Marxist. My grandmother said, okay, the more education they get, the dumber they get. I'm a counter-racist, if I had to identify what I am. So you see, like, I was interested in Marx when I was a teenager and in college, because Marx tried to look at everything as a whole in a system, so he talked about system of capitalism. But it's like, you know, it's one thing to have ideas when you're in college. It's another thing to be a physician where you want to understand in depth so you can help people, because that's your charge as a physician. And so you really need to really have more in-depth understanding. So if I attempted to use Marxian theory to understand what black people were going through, and you run into a dead, you know, a brick wall, and you find, wait a minute, this doesn't explain in depth what it is that black people are going through, and I need to understand it at another level. And so if I call myself anything, it would be a person who is attempting to counter racism and to replace it with justice. So justice meaning nobody is mistreated, nobody's allowed to be mistreated, and those who need the most help get the most help. You see, but countering the very specific system of racism, white supremacy, that covers economics, education, entertainment, labor law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And so Marx thought that economics was the driving force. But understanding racism, white supremacy, it's racism, white supremacy that is the driving force that controls what we see happening in economics, education, entertainment, labor law, politics, religion, sex, and war.
Great, thank you. Also, I have another question. Given your analysis, and with regard to racism, white supremacy, what reason would you give for the high incidence of rape in South Africa, and that it actually increased after the formal ending of apartheid?
Her question was
the high incidence
of rape, R-A-P-E, rape, in South Africa after quote-unquote apartheid ended. What reason do you think that number has spiked so drastically since apartheid, quote-unquote apartheid ended?
Okay, well, see, I would see apartheid is really racism, white supremacy. So let's just say some of the symptoms of racism, white supremacy. You know, you can't move here, you can't live there. Some of those laws were changed in South Africa just as they were changed here. But the system of racism, white supremacy is continuous. And so black people in South Africa, in large measure, are living in poverty. And you have very, very high levels of male unemployment. And when you have high levels of male unemployment and males not being able to respect themselves because they are not being given the opportunity to function productively and effectively, then they can take that out, take their frustration out on women, or try to exercise power by exercising power over women through rape. But South Africa is not free from the system of racism, white supremacy. You see, you just have some of the more surface issues being removed, but the people are still subject to racism, white supremacy, and they're subject to lack of education, and they're subject to lack of housing and health care and education and jobs at a decent wage. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I also wanted to know what, with regards to the reconciliation policy, how does that play into it?
I didn't hear the last part.
The reconciliation policy, how does that play into your analysis?
Well, you see, reconciliation, I think that reconciliation is not justice. And, you know, white people putting black people in a situation where you have to forgive us. See, nobody imposed on Semites of the Jewish religion that you have to reconcile with the Germans. Nobody ever said anything like that at all.
That's true.
So I really want to call it silliness on the part of black people, or really powerlessness. You see, where people haven't really been given an avenue or a right to respect themselves.
Yeah, I agree.
See, I forgive you, and then, I don't know, maybe somebody like Desmond Tutu can justify being with a white woman once he says it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. That's great.
You see, the people, I tell patients if they have been harmed, they don't have to forgive. You see, a person can, at some point, if they choose to, if they feel that way, they can forgive. But for somebody to impose forgiveness, and that's partly why the black people in South Africa are, you know, basically at war with each other and killing each other, because they are still being harmed and they're being frustrated. But then you forgive the people who are still behind. See, racism and white supremacy exists in South Africa, just like it exists all over the planet. If the black people were self-respecting and free, they would say, we don't even talk about forgiveness. We may talk about establishing justice, and justice may imply that if you have 3 life sentences, you serve 3 life sentences. As opposed to, oh, it's all right if you killed us. Now, we can't kill you, but it's quite all right if you kill us.
The other question that I would have is, here in the United States, we have what's been identified as the boule, and that's the black traders who assist white people in carrying out white supremacy against other black people. Do you think that there's an equivalent organization in South Africa that's instructing the black people to do such foolishness?
LeVar, I have to have you. It's like the voice is going back in and out, so can you repeat that for me?
Yes, ma'am. She said, here in the United States, we have what is known as the boule, black race traders who aid white people in the maintenance of white supremacy. She said, do you think that there is a corresponding group of black people in South Africa?
That is telling me
I think that.
People.
See, black people can find all kinds of reasons to be at war with each other. And that prevents them from looking at the problem of racism, white supremacy. See, white people can kill black people and get away with it. So black people prefer to not look at racism, white supremacy, and to attack who is immediately at hand, and that's other black people. So black people need to concentrate their focusing on we are in a system of racism, white supremacy. What are we going to do about the people who have power over us? And those are the people who classify themselves as white. Can we concentrate on that and figure out how we are going to improve how we relate to one another? Because all black people, whether they belong to the so-called boule, whatever that is, I mean, I know what it is, or what, you know, no matter what they belong to, they're victims of racism, white supremacy. And that's like Nazi Germany. They used some of the elite Jews and rabbis to help round up the other people. And then they simply put them on the last train to the ovens.
That's great. Okay.
Hang on one second.
So it was.
Oh my God, they are about to kill us. Jesus Lord, man, even if we did not have a program tomorrow, I would not be out running in the streets tonight. Oh my God. Like, I forgot which game it was leading up to all of this, but we were broadcasting live for, it was either I have to look back at it, was one of the playoff, I think it was when they played San Francisco, which ironically is where the game is tonight. But oh my God, those cannons were, let me see if you can, or you won't be able to hear the extra one, but those cannons were going off, and I forgot to say something about it. This happened the last time, and when I say the last time, really both of the last times, when Seattle was in the Super Bowl and we broadcasted 2000 during this program with Dr. Welsing, this happened as well. I didn't say anything about it because, you know, host the program, be a professional, but oh my God, white people and their battle simulations, it is like July 4. And if you go back and I said I was torn. Do I play the archive of Dr. Welsing? Do I play the archive of the 2014 Super Bowl when we won, as it looks like, I said we're going to smack these dudes around, avenge that loss, get us our trophy, parade time. But I said, doing all of this, those battle simulations and white people just shooting off. Did you hear that one? Did you hear? Shooting off their guns. Oh my God. It is gun territory in Washington State. Like I said this way back, if you go back and listen, 2014, everybody else was jumping up and down. Yeah, I want it. Get my rent for the month. All that nonsense. Gus was not doing none of that. You can go back and check my record. You did not hear me jumping up and down, and I'm going to go celebrate with my Seattleites and my Tacoma. None of that. None of that. In fact, I said, hey, you all calm down. We're still in the system of white supremacy, one, but more importantly, as the only person here, even in Washington State, it is dangerous. Like, oh my God. Matter of fact, I told you all weeks ago when I said, oh my Lord, we are going to win the Super Bowl. Like, what in the world? I said, I'm going to the parade. I'm going to the parade. I said then when I started verbalizing the idea of once we win, I'm going to the parade. I'm going to see if I can take pictures because I expect all kinds of debauchery. A victim didn't even blink and said, weren't they shooting at the parade not that long ago? I said, oh, Lord. They had a bloodbath in Kansas City right after they won the Didn't I just mention black quarterback, old Pat Mahomes? They tried to shoot up Pat Mahomes. Now, he wasn't the person shot. I mean, hey, bullets ain't got no name on him. And they did have a shootout at the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade. Yes, they did. And it also happened at the Denver Nuggets NBA Championship Parade 2023. How you gonna kill Joker? Bullets ain't got no name. I think the one in Kansas, I think some of the Kansas City Chiefs football players, they had to like grab like random standard bys and children and shit, man. But that was all they said was, didn't they get the shooting at the championship parade? Not that late. Yes, they did. Repeatedly. I don't remember gunfire at the 2014. I don't remember gunfire at the 2014 parade. I didn't go because it was cold. Oh my God. It was, if memory serves, it was like, I don't even think it was 30 degrees. It was cold. Like, man, you can, cheer on the team, but we can watch all this, inside, in a blanket or whatever. But either way, gunfire will make you think differently about a whole lot of things. And man, I am no fan. That is one thing I've talked about for years. You can go about Seattle in 206 for years. For years. That's another one. You can check my record. I have said, I hate being here and forgetting, it's going to be a Seahawks football game at an irregular time. Like, I know Sunday, they do all that, but Thursday, Monday, they play on all those wacky days and such, and you forget, and then you hear cannons going off, like, or even mess around and play late on a Sunday, like today, and forget, oh, that's right, they do the cannons, or you're not watching it live, and they have bombs going off and all that. Oh, my God. Man, what does it mean to be white? Battle simulation at all times. Anyway, the great Dr. Wells, man, I so miss Dr. Welsing. Man, always great to revisit. Man, when the caller asked about the boule, oh, I love it. Because it would switch. It's been so many different iterations of that. It might be the pretend black people who come over here and they're not even born here and try and act like they're the foundational black people and all the rest of it. It takes on so many different permutations in terms of we focus on anyone but the problem. Racist man, racist woman, racist child. It's consistent. And I was so glad I knew Dr. Welsing, she is going to take care of this one. Like, I knew. No problem. She has got this. Yeah, I mean, and she said it exactly like, hey, the focus is on the problem. I'd even said that before about gender wars and all of that. That is not the problem. That is not the problem. Like, not even close. The problem is white people. And we can sit around and I'm surprised we didn't even stay in South Africa, because I've heard a lot of it. And sometimes they won't say boule, but I have heard people even in South Africa, so-called, saying that Nelson Mandela, if not the boule, he at least is a sellout and has messed over the exact same thing. Like, it is widespread. Certainly, don't get me started on Obama. Like, they might even join in with President Trump. Like, you right, he's a monkey. He's worse than a monkey, the way he done monkeyed over black people. The problem is white people. But I loved it. I knew Dr. Welsing would have no problem responding, the boule. What we gonna do about the boule? Replace white supremacy with justice, and that's why Mr. Fuller got into 10 stops. Minimize conflict with other non-white people, victims of racism. He talked about that all the time. All of the time. Minimize conflict. Incidentally, though, I will say, if anybody can find any information about the boule, do they have an application? Do they have a website? Do you have to know a friend? I need to join, like, immediately. Not yesterday, not, tomorrow. Like, I need to be signed up right now. Like, sign me up. Do you get some Super Bowl tickets maybe? Do you get some extra frequent flyer miles? Do you get discounts at Whole Foods? What kind of goodies do you get being a member of the boule? I would like to find out. Y'all can talk bad about me and call me names and all the rest of it, but if anybody, if they have an application, website, if you have any information at all about how you can sign up to be a part of the boule, please share with Gus T. I would like to join. Y'all can talk bad about me if you like, but I at least would like to try it out for a year or two and see if it's as good as it's been cracked up to be. Like, how much wealth do they have? Do they have like a vault of cryptocurrency and bitcoins, or they would have to show me something. Like, what immense power and wealth have you boule niggers accumulated? Like, let's see it. Maybe they got research analyses or something. Untiljustice@gmail.com. If they got any applications or any other way that you can sign up to join the boule, let me know. That's it. Let's see. They're in the last quarter, I reckon. So we'll hear a little bit more of Dr. Welsing. And I did check online to see if Bad Bunny, like, has he talked about his racial classification? Do people think he's white? Like, I'd heard of him before. I can't say I'm in the fan club or anything like that, but I just not considered, is he a white person, non-white person? I saw that I'd seen weeks and months ago, I think, when I heard that he was going to perform at the Super Bowl, that there were people classified as white who were upset about this. And that they were going to protest, and people saying that, the halftime performer should be a so-called American, whatever that means. That might be one of those where instead of saying should be white, they say, American. I have no idea. But anyway, I had not seen enough images of him, I guess, to really pause and think, like, is this a white person? Is this a non-white person? I checked online, and so it reads, Bad Bunny is recognized as a fair-skinned or white Puerto Rican man, which has been cited as a factor of privilege in his navigation of the music industry compared to Afro-Latino artists. I suspect they mean non-white people with some melanin. While he is Latino with a lot of melanin, while he is Latino and Caribbean, those are not racial classifications. He has identified his own skin as white. It says in a 2023 interview, he acknowledged, "I'm Latino, Caribbean," which again, these are not racial classifications. "My skin is white," direct quote, and he discussed so-called colorism in the music industry. I cannot emphasize enough, no one has white skin. I think on yesterday, the compensatory call-in, I said that there was a victim who use the same rhetoric that, has been used at decades now at least. I don't see skin color. I don't care if you're black, white, brown, purple, indigo, blue, fuchsia, all of that. I said that is, crazy. One, if you ever see a purple person or a blue person, that might be a medical emergency. Is the person breathing? Like, that is, to me, that is really, really serious, and not saying, oh, hey, you doing all right, Leroy? Okay, right on. That is totally illogical and incorrect response if you really care about Leroy or anybody else that you see if they are purple or blue. All that notwithstanding, if you ever see anyone who has white skin, that also would be a major concern. Like, wow, and we've heard that, like having a sickly pallor. No one has white skin. Now you can say, I'm pale. I have very little melanin. I am maybe accepted as white. He give us all of that. I realize my skin color is not too dark, and that is very helpful in a system that abuses and mistreats black people, non-white people. He could have said it that my skin is white. No, it's not. No, it's not. When I saw him, I did not say his skin is white. I thought, I think this is a white dude. I think he would be accepted as white by other people who are also accepted, classified as white. I did not think he has white skin. He did look pale, and he had the general phenotypical characteristics that we associate with people who are classified as white. But no one, I have seen some folks who look really sickly pale. I have never seen anyone who has white skin. That's not what we're talking about at all. This is a political classification about mistreating people that get, you ain't with us. Anywhoodles. Other folks, if there's contrary, I guess if people, do they think Bad Bunny is non-white? I don't know. Can say, I thought he was white when I saw it, and then this kind of seemed to confirm it for me, fair and all the rest of it. Not white skin, but I think, yes, he would be classified, accepted as white. I think they do have some people who are white, and they speak Espanol. Absolutely. Absolutely. Lots all over the world. Spain, Puerto Rico, Mexico, Chile. Can't go into all the places. They speak Spanish in lots of places around the globe, but in many of those regions, you have people that are classified as white and hola español, and they go right on mistreating non-white people. Anyhoodles, we will get back to Dr. Welsing, see if we can wrap up the fourth quarter at the white ball game. Context of white supremacy. Again, if you have observations, things have stood out as significant from the game, the halftime performance even, and or certainly the audio of Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. The number 720-716-7300. The code 564943#. Press star 61 if you would like to participate. We will get back to Dr. Welsing.
Go ahead, Dr. Welsing.
Was that a comment? I didn't hear.
I'm not sure if she, was it a comment or another question? Because I was going to try to get to
Yeah, I had another question. I wanted to thank you for that because I was always wondering. I have another question with regard to a comment you made, lesser level of color. And we have a lot of conscious black men, and I guess they find themselves doing things that are codified and not actually having a white woman, but they'll have a Hispanic or Asian woman. Does this also fall under the lesser level of color, the problem that they're having?
Well, do you see, again, we have a serious problem of black people respecting themselves. And so, in other words, nobody can dictate, who you should be with.
Right.
Who a black woman should be with, who a black man should be with. But for black people who are focusing on our situation as black people and want to work on improving our situation as black people in changing our situation have to work on the concept of black self-respect. And we have to look deeply into the well of how we have been taught to hate ourselves, to hate our color, to hate our hair, to hate our features, on and on and on and on. And look at that with patience and respect for self and study it. And so then those black people who decide they want to work in that direction and solve that, because it's, you know, black people call themselves religious and spiritual people, and they love God and all of that. And I say, think about this. Whatever creative force in the universe is responsible for the universe and the beings that are in the universe created black people, planet Earth, as the centers of everybody on this planet. And only the black people with the highest level of black could be the parent people, because they're the only people who can make all the colors, including a mutation to albinism, which is white, and you cross that with black and you get all the colors in the middle. So now imagine a creative force making us black. And I'm sure the creative force didn't say, this is a horrible color. I'm making you black because that black pigment has more power than you may ever understand. That's why the white people will say the most powerful thing in the universe is a black hole, or they're studying dark matter. So now here we are as black people, and we've been under racism and white supremacy for 500 plus years. And so we now hate ourselves as black people, and we want to be everything other than black. And yet we're going to call upon the Creator, call it God or whatever, and say, save us. And I can hear the Creator saying, I made you black. I made you black, and I gave you more gifts than anybody else has. But you don't like how I made you. You want to be something else. So how dare you call on me for help? I mean, I could just hear the creative force voice. You don't like being black? I made you black. And now you are in worship of slave masters raping your great-grandparents, your great-grandmothers, as though the slave master is your God. Well, I guess that is who you worship. So don't call on me. Don't come to me. As a matter of fact, don't say anything to me. Now, if you ever reach a point of respecting yourself as I made you the parents of everybody on the planet. So when you get that straight, get in touch with me. Now, I can hear the Creator saying that.
Great. Caller, I hope that answered your questions. Let's see if we can move and snag some of the other people that dialed in. Thank you, Connie, for sure.
Thank you.
The caller at 0814. Did you have a question for Dr. Welsing? You should be with us.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Gus and Dr. Welsing, for hosting and being on the call. I have two questions. The first question is,
okay.
Like the younger generation of people, like I'm an 80s baby, and most people are moving towards like acceptance of everybody and everything. How do you share like your understanding of racism, white supremacy with people when it can come off as maybe being divisive, or, you know, that was so long ago, you know, we've made progress?
Well, let me say this. Either racism, white supremacy exists or it does not exist. See, it's not something that's a figment of Dr. Welsing's imagination.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if people look around them, and, you know, this is something that so-called younger generation of black people, if they feel they have white friends, ask their white friends, what do you all talk about when there's no black people around? What do your parents talk about when there's no black people around? Are you aware that white people have an easier time getting jobs, getting a sufficient salary, getting loans, whether it's for a house or a car? Do white people, how many white people that are your friends want to change places with black people? Because black people don't really have any special problems. See, so if instead of, oh, that's something that older black people talk about, but it really doesn't exist. See, it means that, you know, people are simply not even aware. They don't do much reading, because there's all kind of research and all kind of studies documenting the hard time that black college graduates have getting jobs compared to whites today, 2014, 2015. So if black people want to pretend that there's no such thing as racism, I think that their white friends and colleagues, they don't want to change places with a black person. Why? See, in other words, again, either racism, white supremacy exists or it doesn't exist. Either President Obama receives more death threats than any other president in history. Either President Obama is disrespected more than anybody else. Either Miss Obama is disrespected. Either these are realities, or do you see if younger black people ask their parents, are you treated the same way as people who classify themselves as white on jobs? When you go to get a loan, are you treated in the same way? Do you see? So the question would be, why is it that, you know, maybe younger black people don't want to look at reality? Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you. I also have one other question. For black people that are, I guess, moving along in their careers or in their professions, or even if they're like a business owner, it's not popular for a person to talk about racism, white supremacy, or to let their views be known in terms of how conscious they are without it maybe having consequences in terms of them maybe losing customers or not being able to establish business relationships with people that are necessary for them to gain positions of more power and more wealth. Do you think that it's a good idea for people, like, for example, maybe like a Steve Harvey or Kerry Washington, to, I guess, kind of make some compromises, like, you know, with the show scandal, until they can get power to do something to bring along the system of justice? Or do you think that they should basically...
See, let me say this. See, I encourage people to read the history of what happened to Semites of the Jewish religion in Europe. because Jewish people wanted to be accepted and assimilated. And they worked very hard at that. And they thought that they were being accepted and assimilated. But when the German people who classify themselves as really white people, when they encountered difficult times with their economy, then they turned on the people who they thought could do them genetic damage. And so that was Jews, gypsies, mixed race people. So this is the importance of understanding racism, because it doesn't matter whether you don't let yourself think about it, or you don't want to think about it, or you don't want people who classify themselves as white to know what you're thinking about. Hello?
I'm here, yes.
No, I didn't know if I heard some talking.
No. I guess I'm trying to understand then if I know some individuals and I'm being coached by that are millionaires and they're black, and I don't think they're aware of racism, white supremacy, but I know that if they let people know how aware they were, then they probably wouldn't make as much money. And I feel like maybe if they become aware now they do have the money, they can actually do something about it, versus if they kind of put those ideas more forward that they truly understand racism, white supremacy.
See, again, it's like we're talking about reality. We're talking about what is happening. You know, in other words, when the persons that you're thinking about, when they see young black men being killed by police officers, what position should they take about that?
They should, speak.
In other words, what should they say about it? Should they,
I think they should definitely speak the truth of, what the situation is in terms of racism, white supremacy, but I guess I'm just trying to understand, like, if they would have been talking about, racism, white supremacy, I don't think they would have, like, the business partners that they do, which has helped them afford the wealth where they actually can do something financially about it. Now that they do know, if they were to find out about an understanding of racism, white supremacy. I guess that's what I'm...
Okay, so then the question would come up, so what if something should happen in their personal life and they have to express themselves about what they feel about racism? If we're talking about a black person, what if their son was killed and they expressed outrage about it? And they lost a business partner.
I guess they lost a business partner then.
See, in other words, one of the things that makes people who classify themselves as white, they kind of test the black people that they associate with. And if they find that the black person, is evidencing too much self-respect, then they don't have time to fool around with that person. So they go for people who seem to not respect themselves as black people because they're more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Black people who don't want to talk about racism are more comfortable for white people to be with. You see, sometimes if a white person can make jokes about niggers, sometimes they will test a black person by making a joke about niggers using the word nigger. If the black person is offended, they may not want to be around that person. If that black person goes along with a joke, or they're willing to talk, sometimes white people test black people. What do you think about Bill Cosby? What do you think about what he did? He's supposed to rape all of those women. What do you think about Tiger Woods? He was having sex with all those white women. What do you think about that? And if the black person stands up and takes a stand that indicates that, well, wait a minute now, let's talk about something else, or let's talk about how many black women white men have gone with, or something like that. That's not a person to be comfortable around. The white person has to be around black people who are not necessarily showing respect for themselves or respect for other black people. So it's a choice that black persons make, but they should be aware that when the deal goes down, should it go down, doesn't matter whether you're Republican or Democrat.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much. It's my first time on the cows, and I really appreciate it, and I will be donating, and I will be purchasing your book, so thank you very much.
Thanks for calling.
Invest in the cows. Night, isn't that, Steph? Game is over, so we can get back to the business of counter-racism. If it means like a penny, I'll say a penny since they don't even make those no more. If it means a penny, Gus T did tell you all like way in advance you could hit DraftKings and all of that. Surprisingly, I said, oh my God, the Seahawks are going to win the Super Bowl again. Isn't that crazy? I said this in like November. I remember I was going right past the stadium, and it was the same type of score. They had smacked, I think it was Minnesota. They had smacked them around. I was like, wow, this is like a every week thing where they just smack everybody. They're going to win the Super Bowl again. I said this in November. I've been saying this the whole time through. I had no doubt. I was planning. You all heard me. I was planning for the parade the whole time. There was not no ooh. It was parade. Parade. And will we survive the night? Not are we going to win the game. Not at all. At all. If you have commentary, the number 720-716-7300, the code 564943 pound. Press star 61 if you would like to participate. I'm so glad I was able to hear a lot more. If our guest had come, we wouldn't have heard all this, Dr. Welsing. So, at minimum, compensation. Right on. And the Seahawks made it so easy because the game was not even competitive. She said that the typical white person would not change places with a black person. I literally just read about that today. Our guest for tomorrow talked about this, and he included the quote from Andrew Hacker, white man, who said the average white college student, when asked if they wanted to trade places with a black person, I think the figure was something like $5 million or something astronomical to offset all of the abuse that they would expect to encounter in the system of racism. So that's another one that points out white people are not ignorant. They know very well what it is in the system of white supremacy. They're the ones doing the mistreating. We've been talking about Shar Adams' book, Black Owned. I've been harping on Dr. Welsing and Mr. Fuller not being mentioned in that book, saying that's a major error, not just an oversight, and probably deliberate. She says that reading is black culture, and I said from the very beginning, I have a question about that. I'm just not sure. I mean, I don't know. I see a lot of black people who don't read, and even the CDC report that I played on the compensatory call-in yesterday, they said, hey, it is a massive pattern where most people do not read a book at all. That is especially bad for people classified as black in this part of the world, with all the damage and terrorism that white people have done to keep books from us, especially books about racism. Psh, please. I bet it would be way easier for me to put my hands on black people that I could touch who did not read one single book in 2025 than a black person who read, I'm going to go low bar, 3. White people are most to blame, but that doesn't make it any better. But she said specifically, the caller said about black people who say that racism doesn't exist or in denial about it and all that. That's probably someone who doesn't do much reading. That would be us, non-white people. Even some of the wacky things that we talk about in terms of the amount of wealth that black people have, you clearly do not do a lot of reading, and especially reading about finances, economics. She mentioned the death threats and disrespect to President Obama. Oh, my Lord. I was hoping that she was going to bring up Travis the chimp and the monkey, but that was a few years back, even though we did talk about that too. But I mean, this was 2015. Travis the chimp happened in 2009, so some time had passed since we lost Travis. But man, the disrespect and death threat, she talked about that all the time, and I did just write about that today. She talked about that all the time, the historic number of death threats that President Obama faced for the duration of his 2 terms in the White House. Compare that to President Trump, who's been impeached at least twice that I can remember. It might be more than that by now, but at least twice. Anyway, I guess he did say, Pennsylvania, you got, yeah. Anyway, but I was so glad to hear her commentary about the death threats and disrespect to President Obama. Literally, we are 2 days removed from President Trump's apes post about Michelle and Barack Obama, and that's just one of many, many times. Glenn Beck, I even had to jog my memory, like, oh yeah, that's right, Glenn Beck, white talk radio host way back in like 2010, compared the Obama administration to Planet of the Apes. Like, it's just been so many, and the Travis the chimp, it's been so many of these comparing Obama and Michelle Obama to apes and gorillas and monkeys. Like, I mean, just, it's Primate. That's what I'm saying. That's Primate. President Trump probably watched Primate. I bet he did. Or at least he saw the trailer. That last comment that I'll nab, retired firefighter, if other folks have commentary, if maybe you made some coin on the Seahawks. Make a counter-racist investment. Hit the blog, racism-notes.blogspot.com. PayPal button in the top right corner. You'll see the links for PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. Much obliged to all the folks who have invested for 17 years. Hopefully we have been worthy of your time and energy, and you being a little less focused on the ball game, even though it's no contest. So, you're not missing nothing. The Steve Harvey and Kerry Washington entertainers, that right there, that lets me, I said this when we read Black Love is a Revolutionary Act, the late Pamela Evans Harris, not forgotten. But I said that then because she talked so much about Dennis Rodman, and I said, why does he command so much attention? And I concluded, wow, this is written by someone or authors who watch a lot of television, because so much of the book is about TV and entertainers, and that's where so much of our focus and frustration goes. Entertainers, and why don't the entertainers do better, and entertainers, and I mean, what is Steve Harvey in charge of? Family Feud? And scratch, Steve Harvey is not in charge of Family Feud. He is employed by the white people who are in charge at Family Feud. I have to double check to make sure that it's accurate, but I'm very sure Steve Harvey is not in charge at Family Feud, or much of nothing else that would benefit people classified as black, or Kerry Washington. Like, entertainers, like, we are so consumed. Man, I have to save it for the book club, but a listener, we were talking about black owned, and that very concept that I already mentioned. Do black people read? Is that a part of black culture, reading books? And the person was saying that we were having a discussion about all this, and we were talking about the lack or absence of a black leadership class that reads, and not having that is a reason that maybe you have a large number of black people who don't read books. And I had to think about that, like all the leaders of black people are white, but a black leadership class that reads, it gave me great pause. Because I'd never heard that concept before, so I'm still pondering on it now. But either way, black people do not read, and that is probably why you also have a lot of confusion amongst non-white people about what racism is, how it works. We just watch a lot of that's what the whole today is about. Watching TV, man. Watching TV. Retired firefighter in Florida should be with us. Did you have commentary, sir?
Greetings, everyone. With the question, I think that you were asking about, I forgot what the term is before you say bunny. I'm about to say great bunny, but they've been advertising him down here, of course, being that I'm in South Florida, which is probably is one of the most focused areas of white people who speak Spanish in this part of the world. They've been advertising him. I was just looking at a picture of him before the game, and I said, well, and I was listening to you when you were, were questioning on whether or not he was a white person or not. I said, well, if he's not a white person, they're surely helping him now when I'm looking at that picture, because you know how they can brighten the picture and darken the picture, that sort of thing, similar to what took place with O.J. Simpson years ago. They made him look a little bit extra white, then when I saw him in person, saw him on television live, I said to myself, the only thing that looks non-white on him would be his curly hair. So my guess is going to be, and I mean guess because I'm not an expert on it, my guess would be that he is a white person. That would be my guess. He'd be a white person. I've never heard him entertain. I don't know. I don't know what he does as far as entertainment concerned, whether he sings or raps or whatever, But that's what I think he is a white person. Probably the numbers of people who did not want him to be on the halftime show. It probably could be on what type of entertainment he does, or they may not accept him as being a white person, but I think he's a white person. That's my observation.
Much obliged, sir. That is very accurate point with all the technology that they have in place now, that, oh yeah, they can, add a little color or take a little color away, and, we'll make you extra bright for the big game. Now, which they could have done. They totally could have done. This is the biggest, production of the year. So, I mean, hey, we get all the high-tech, falutin, gadgetry you can imagine. That said, when I saw because as he said, they've been talking about all this, the big game. I mean, hey, they talk about the Super Bowl for, whole year. They have been talking about his halftime performance for, like last year, months and months ago. They've been talking about this. When I saw, like days ago, when I saw pictures of him, even then, he looked very, very bright. Now, those could have been altered as well, AI slop and all the rest of it. very true. But even before we got to today, I thought, oh yeah, I think this is a white dude. Like, I could be wrong. I just think this is a white dude who speaks Spanish. And he did note the hair. So, maybe not with the hair, but yeah, I think he would be accepted as a white dude, classified as a white dude. Maybe some people didn't like the performance that he gave, as you said, or the type of, music or whatever the case. I thought Puerto Rico was a U.S. territory anyway. So, I mean, really, they were talking about making Puerto Rico a state anyway. We just read about them wacky terrorists with the May 9 group. They were out bombing folks to try to get Puerto Rican independence, so-called. But they were talking about making it a state. What do you mean you upset and want? Come on. All that notwithstanding, I think he is a white man, and he got to perform at the Super. They always complain about something at the halftime. We don't want J-Lo. We don't want Snoop to perform, and we don't want. They always got a gripe about something. Beyonce, something. It'll always be a gripe about the Super Bowl. Anyway, I think he's a white man. That's probably how he ended up getting there, and he said himself that he's white. So anyway, if other folks have commentary that they would like to get in while we are still here, *61, either observations from all of the festivities from the big day, or what we heard from Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. I've been taking notes as we have been rolling through, going back to replay what she had to share with us from 2015, which sang two contestants in the big game, and I would say much of it still, sadly, sadly, because we have not solved the problem, most, if not all, of what she said is still painfully applicable at this moment. Thus, I thought it would not be a waste of time to, I've been taking notes, and even reconfirm some of the very things that I had intended to talk about or not talk about anyway. But let's say we'll give, I guess, we were here from the beginning. We will close. I think they have 2 minutes or so left before the conclusion. So we will wrap up. And in fact, I think this might even be one where the same thing that I've said before, we all know what's going to happen when this is over. Team that wins, white person will give the trophy to another white person. Now, they've thrown a wrinkle in from time to time because they will now allow kind of random people, but generally it used to be that the league commissioner, a highfalutin white person, would come out and give the big trophy to another white person. They switched it up a little bit, so now you might see Snoop Dogg, anybody might come out with the trophy. But either way, it's going to another white person, and then they give it to the players and, all of that. But for years, that is what it has been. A white person giving a big, shiny ball to another white person. And I think that'll happen. Well, I know that's going to happen today. A white person owns the Patriots, old Robert Kraft, and a white person owns the Seahawks. Old it's Paul Allen, I think it is. I think he's about to sell the team, so I mean that's put an asterisk there. I guess that's for the last few days or so while all this is still going on. Anyway, let's see. We'll see if anyone.
I have extra commentary if you would allow.
Oh, let's hear it.
Yes, based on your guest who called and canceled his appearance. I was just thinking about employment, black people and employment in the National Football League. First and foremost, and what I'm about to say, you know, there's no qualifications on being a coach. There's nothing written down. The job that I had, there was qualifications that you had to have in order to be a quote-unquote firefighter anywhere probably on earth. especially if you're getting paid. But there's nothing like that with football at all. So therefore, white people can pick anybody that they want to pick in order to be a coach. I know quite a few black males who have been very successful with that particular sport. On any level, they can do it on any level, and it's not rocket science. Coaching football, it's not rocket science at all. So that was just my thought, because I would have put it into a question with your guest had he showed up, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'm not surprised. Hey, if in terms of the qualifications, I know one of the things that will for sure not qualify you, be a Negro. That's gonna add that D in front of it. Disqualified. Like, he had won how many championships and produced how many NFL players and first round draft picks and all that. Leroy. Or be married to a white woman. There's a whole lot of things. He even had in some of the reports, he said if you're in a city that has a lower population of black people, they might be less likely to hire a black head coach. I said, wow, that was one I was going to ask about. Like, wow, you mean like New England? And then I was thinking, like, if they ever had a black head coach? Not that, this would replace white supremacy with justice, but I mean, it is labor. That is an area that I am always interested in talking about, the different ways that white people scam and lie to keep black people out of qualified black people from even officiating, because he talked about that too. That's a job. You could be an NFL or college official or, whatever. That's a job too. He had talked about the racism that he had talked about black NFL referees, and he said that the data shows, at least the data that he looked at, if the black, they normally have like 7 of them, okay, on a crew. So he said that the black officials, they will call more penalties, and particularly early in the game. And he theorized that this might be, they have to call these penalties to, oh my God, they shooting. Give us our trophy. But he theorized that, to make me lose my train of thought, man. He theorized that the black people, that they call these extra penalties and such because they don't want to get in trouble with white people. They want to go ahead and get the penalties in, and they might even feel pressure. We're going to see if we survive the night. That same thing I said in 2014 when we won. See if we can survive the night. Then we'll worry about the parade. But that was something I wanted to talk about too, because that's a job too, being an NFL. And I heard they don't even pay a whole lot to get that old raggedy job. That's like your reward is maybe they let you referee at the Super Bowl, maybe.
There's a bit of irony in what you're saying. Guess who was the head referee in this game?
Oh, it's a black dude, for real?
It was a black man.
Hey.
In other words, the person that has the different color cap, that's the head referee.
He has the white cap. I've written about that before. All the other officials have black hats. The head official has the white hat.
Right. And here's another tip about coaches also. Even if a black male gets a job, and I don't just limit it just to the NFL. I also go to the large populated white colleges and universities. It's very similar. If you see on the sideline, if you see a black male who appears to be a coach, but most on the college level especially, most of them would not have headsets on their head. That means they don't make decisions during the game. They don't make decisions during the game. They don't make plans of the team's effort on what they're going to do in the game during the week. You know, I know several guys who actually have jobs that I coached with in high school, because I coached in high school for a very long time. And they are at either the university that they went to, like University of Miami, and they don't have no headsets on, and they don't have the names like linebacker coach, defensive coordinator. If they have a term that they call an analyst, whatever the hell that means, I do not know at all, and they don't have no headsets at all. You know, and so that's another tip on what he probably would have known something about and spoke about on the program. No decisions.
Absolutely. He even wrote about how black coaches get criticized more for the decisions that they make, whether it's personnel or in-game management or whatever, that they face much greater scrutiny than white coaches. Part of the justification about the not hiring and, you know, firing, all the rest of it, not getting a headset, as he said, which that headset, that might even, he had talked about how you end up getting in the coaching pipeline, getting one of those headsets. Now you're in the coaching pipeline. If you're not, well, you're just going to be sitting over here at the bottom of the bus for a long time, passed over for every position. Let's see, one of the folks who dialed in, I will say quickly, man, I sat on here and moped and whined when they traded away the great Russell Wilson, black quarterback, black Super Bowl champion quarterback Russell Wilson, when they traded him away from the Seattle Seahawks a few years back. I moped and groaned and complained, said, we love Russell Wilson, he is the greatest. Oh my gosh. That flipping trade is exactly how they ended up. Even the very players they are talking to right now were a part of that trade, where many, myself included, many people had to say, oh man, wow, that is one of the greatest trades in history, getting rid of Russell Wilson. Black brother, see how they do you? You could be the best black brother, do things correctly, not get in any trouble, married to a black female, win the Super Bowl, and they dump you and throw you in the trash like you were an old milk carton. We miss you, Russie Poo, but that did happen for sure. Them trading him away is exactly how they ended up here today. Woo. Our caller who dialed in, 7189, did you have observation, comment, question to share?
You know, it's Toby Rose from Southfield, Michigan, and the head guy in charge, he was in the local papers, and they said that he was going to be the head referee. He's from Southfield, Michigan, and Southfield, Michigan is a majority black city, and I think it's like one of the few in the nation where black people actually make more than the whites here, and there's been a lot of racial conflict in Southfield, and so they try to promote, because the political leadership is all white. The mayor's white, the treasurer's white, the clerk is a MAGA Republican in a city that's 70% black. And even he said that he was surprised that he could get elected in a majority black city as a MAGA Republican with a white mayor, white treasurer, and all the black people who ran against him lost in a city that's majority black. And so they put in the newspaper that the head umpire, I think it's umpire, a referee, is a black guy from Southfield. And so they promote these symbolic wins when the substantial wins you lose, but the meaningless stuff you win, and then I don't know who and so I guess the black population is supposed to be satisfied that they have no political power in their own community, but they get a symbolic position in the Super Bowl. So I thought that was interesting. So that's the only thing I wanted to say.
Much obliged, sir. That's about the best you can hope for is, I said that they don't even pay the officials very well, so that's about the best you can hope for. Maybe they will, let you hang out at the Super Bowl for a little while. That's about it. But don't expect much more than that, like, because you will be real let down. I guess I'll share. Make sure I get the most carry. Mike Carey, I believe, is. Oh, it's not Mike Carey. They at Super Bowl 2026. I was going to see if I could get the head referee's name. Sean Smith. Sean Smith is the head official for tonight's game, officiating. Sean Smith. He's making his Super Bowl debut. I guess the people in Michigan, hey, folks in Michigan, that's about the best you can do. Root on old Sean Smith and be proud. He made the big ball game. So, yeah, if that means anything to, they say they're super proud. They say, in fact, they said congratulations to our own brother Sean Smith. He got lots of folks who are very happy with him doing his job at the Super Bowl, and I don't know if people groused and complained about the officiating, so hopefully he will be rewarded. He did a great job, and, you know, give us our trophy so we can get to our parade. And then we get back to the business of replacing white supremacy with justice immediately. And I can even say, hey, for all of you other folks who do not have a football team in your hometown and all of that, man, I don't know what it's like. There's somewhere Super. So we've been here on air 17 years. Seahawks have gone to the Super Bowl 3 times since the C.O.W.S has been in existence. They've won it twice. It has not made one iota of difference. When they went and won, they went and lost. Years they didn't even make the playoffs. It makes no difference at all. Replace white supremacy with, it is, if anything, a dangerous distraction. All the gunshots and acting a fool, binge drinking, a dangerous distraction. Get you give you an excuse. Hey, I ain't gonna do no reading. They got a Super Bowl. I ain't gonna do no, and then we done won the Super Bowl, so I got to go roll around in the street for a good hour or two. And then my head is gonna hurt, so I can't do no reading maybe for a couple days. He said, and then we got to go to the parade. I might not do no reading for a good week. Super Bowl, the Seahawks mess around and win the Super Bowl, and then, of course, you didn't do too much reading for the month or two leading up to all that because you had to watch all the other playoff games and root them on, and that took up the whole day to watch those games and all the rest of it. So I mean, hey, we always got something. I told Seattle sports. I told you, if you want some distractions, Seattle sports has killed it. The past, like since autumn, we were one game away from the World Series. I don't even watch baseball. The college soccer team won the men's national championship. We are about to have the FIFA World Cup here. We had the FIFA World Cup startup games last summer. Seahawks championship. I mean, it's probably some other sporting activities as well because they have lots of sporting here. They even have a professional hockey team. But I mean, man, they have, if you want to get, I don't want to think about no Neely Fuller Jr., and I'm tired of all that, and I just want to go and ease my mind and watch them throw that pigskin around. Hey, Seattle has got some high quality. Dude, you might even get, you know, a championship or a parade. A few of them even. None of that is what we need. Replace white supremacy with justice immediately. Hopefully you did not have your children out in front of the television all day today, and then they got to go and play Madden now that the season is over until August when it starts back up again, and all that time watching and talking about it. And reading is more important than all of this. Not even close. Have them read about CTE, in fact. How many folks are going to have brain damage and can't even remember their name? Can't even remember this game that they played in and won. How about that? Any hoodles. We will be here on, trying to think of the schedule. So tomorrow, we'll be here tomorrow, early tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central, 11 a.m. Pacific. I am no fan of the early broadcast, but we should be here early. Scandinavian guest. Looking forward to it. And then, at minimum, Thursday for neutralizing workplace racism, and then as well on Friday, we will wrap it all up with Shara Adams, Black Owned, The Revolutionary Life of the Black Bookstore. I've learned so much. We'll see what she has in store for the last bit, conclusion of the text. If you have concluding thoughts, final observations, big takeaways from the text, save them all up for Friday, and we will dig into it. Looking forward. And getting my final word about Dr. Welsing and Mr. Fuller not being in the book. Big oversights in my view, but other than that, just wonderful scholarship. Has been a treat to read it. Already trying to get in my brain computer, planning for the next read at the Catherine Massey Book Club. Let's see. I think I'll give it maybe 5. We'll give it maybe 5 or so, and wrap that way I can start getting prepped for tomorrow. If folks have any other observations from today's festivities, what they heard from Dr. Welsing, as I said, what other events have happened for this Sabbath, and then we will get on and get out here. You can pray. I think I said this in 2014 when the Seahawks triumphed. I said you can pray for Brother Gus T. They are shooting and looting in the streets. Hopefully, we will get through the night safely. I had thought, my initial thought was parade. I said, there's no way I could go and be a part of all that debauchery and such anywhere really in the Puget Sound region tonight, because we have the program tomorrow, so I have to prep and do all that. Plus, I think like downtown Seattle is the most dangerous, or one of the most dangerous places in the world anyway. To be down there now, come on. So still, pray. Hopefully we can get through the evening safe, and then we'll figure out when the parade is going to be, and I can make a decision, because the parade is in the daytime. See, I feel a little bit safe. I still wouldn't want to be in downtown Seattle. Like, I've talked about that for years. Like, that is one of my least favorite places to be in the world. And the stadium is very close to downtown Seattle, so that's, that if the parade takes the same route it took in 2014, it would be right through downtown. Like, yeah. But I don't know. I'll think about it and maybe go down and take some pictures. And man, it is like debauchery and madness and criminality and racism anyway downtown, much less, and you're going to have all these tens of thousands of people crammed into the area, and law enforcement and everything, and it's Negro History Month. Man, I have to think about it. And well, again, now they did get to shooting at the Kansas City championship and the Denver Nuggets championship, so I will have to think about it if I really want to put my life on the line to go down and go Seahawks. Anyway, I did check in the interim while the game had got out of hand. There at the beginning of this football season, September 2025, there were 6. Okay, we have a white man giving the championship trophy to a white woman. One of the higher ups, and I don't want to hear nothing about no patriarchy. They talk about that nonsense all the time. We got the intersectionality, and it puts the white woman and the black female beneath the white man, and maybe even Leroy. White man is giving the trophy to a white woman. That's what happened at the NFC Championship game. The white woman got the championship trophy. Jody Allen, I told you Paul Allen, he get his wife to go out and nab. Did you want to tell me Jody Allen is a victim of patriarchy? Is that what it is? Jody Allen is a victim of patriarchy. Leroy is keeping her down. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. She did have, you see that slick black Seahawks shot? I like that, man. I put that on my wish list. Boy, I go to the parade. I look best looking enslaved black person they seen this side of the Mississippi, man. Get me, man. I'm CEO. You get the black. See, Dr. Welsing might even say something about that. Team colors for Seattle ain't got black nowhere in there. Look at the players' jerseys. Ain't no black in that jersey. It's blue. You've been seeing it, blue, and they got the signature neon. There it is, the green and the blue. Ain't no black in the Seahawks jersey. Why are you wearing a black, solid black? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Why is she wearing a solid black? Dr. Welsing said the most powerful thing in the universe, the black hole. I'm not even repping for the Seahawks colors. I'm going to get me in a black one. Show on at the game. Hey, I'm in charge. That's how I'm in charge. Got a black jacket, black Seahawks shirt. The colors ain't black. Got a black jacket, black Seahawks shirt. I'm going to get me one of them too. I might be nitpicking. You can tell me I'm nitpicking. It's no problem. I am sober, but, the young lady, I forgot her name, the young black female who is hosting, they have her with gloves on, and they're like leopard print gloves. She does appear to have blonde hair as well, but they're leopard print gloves. They could have had, and she has a leopard print scarf as well. She has a pinstripe suit on. Gorgeous young lady. She used to work at ESPN, and I think she left under conditions of white supremacy racism. But be that as it may, they have like wardrobe specialists and what have you. They might not even be her clothes. Like the people who have those jobs for the major networks and such, they have people who, do their makeup and do their hair and get their outfits together and all of that. So those literally might not even be her clothes. But I think a white person, because they could have easily got her the standard black gloves. She would have been stylish and all that. But get the leopard print, be a little stylish. They signify that got the Negro woman here on safari, and I could be totally in error. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can look and see if you've seen other white analysts, particularly white females, so they're stylish and got their whole outfit coordinated and everything. Maybe they had some styles like that as well. Maybe. Let's see. Did we miss any commentary, any other folks, before we wrap up? Gus T promised I'm not going out into the Puget Sound night to cut a fool and let the mad dog flow. I will be prepping because we got to get up early broadcast tomorrow, so I will be on the counter-racist grind. But did other folks have observations, commentary to share?
The young lady is I've seen her many times, and she is, for the most part, that I see her taller than any male that she stands next to, especially with those high heels. I wouldn't be surprised if she's a former WNBA basketball player. I could be wrong. But as I think fan is short for fanatics, so that gives you an idea of the craziness what takes place before, during, and after football games, especially on the college and professional level. Also, last but not least, the MVP of the game is a black male. White people don't mind that black males who serve as gladiators or mentioned. And that's all I have to say. Thanks for listening.
Black male privilege. Hey, he's supposed to. Black male privilege. Black male privilege. I would say the player, I think Kenneth Walker is the privileged black male who won the MVP. He is a running back. Man, talk about not wanting to pay any money. I think I said that for the officials. They also do not want to pay running backs, and that is a position. You talk about CTE. E. Oh, man, I hope that young fella gets all the money he can right now, because that is a position, man, you take lots and lots of smacks and hits, and you have very little protection and compared to the mostly white, or at least how it used to be with mostly white QBs. So that is not one of them positions that we're going to see old Kenny Walker back again and again, and they're like, no, not at all. Like, they will spit you up and be rid of you, just like Russell Wilson, except it is way quicker for running backs, because you take a lot of punishment and damage to your body and your brain computer. So get all the money that you can, cash in on that MVP, Mr. Walker. Anybody? We got everybody? Got everybody? Right on. If we have other folks who are in the Washington State area, sobriety would be best. You do not want to be, if you have to like work and go out tonight, like, oh man, I would buckle up. I would leave a little bit early. I would be on the lookout. Like, oh my God. Like, if it's anything like before, they're going to be acting a fool. Like, acting a fool. I would try to avoid downtown, the U District, anywhere where it looks like it might be a large gathering. Avoid. Man. Like, and you do not want to be out driving around even if you're in Washington State and you got to celebrate. Or I guess if you're someplace outside of Washington State, maybe you wagered on the game. You know, old Gus T convinced you, like, you really think the Seahawks gonna smack them dudes? I told you. And you wagered on the game and you want to celebrate your winnings. Stay in the house. It is dangerous out yonder. I lost my train of thought just trying to talk because they had so much gunfire and bombs and explosions and, you know, all the rest of it. Like, oh my Lord. Not to mention how much alcohol has flowed out. The alcohol would have flowed regardless. We have to curse it. I remember they cursed Tom Brady for a good 5 months after they lost to the Patriots last time around. So, man, alcohol gonna flow either way. You do not want to be around intoxicated fans when they are in jubilee or despair. Either one can be dangerous, reckless. Sobriety would be best. Let's see. Sorry we didn't get our white guest with us, but, you know, they are not serious about replacing white supremacy with justice. We will try again tomorrow. Again, our white guest with us from Scandinavia and way early in the daytime. For me in the morning, again, we'll be here 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central, 11 a.m. Pacific. Early broadcast for Monday, February 9. Hopefully constructive and worthy of your time and energy. That said, man, the Grand Sister, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, you can go back and hear that broadcast in its entirety. It's 2015, right? February 2015, and hear everything she had to say. She was here for the duration of the game. We only heard, because, you know, I was pausing to give some, you know, comments on. We heard about half. In fact, she was here a little bit more than 4 hours because the game lasts maybe a little over 4 hours. She was here see, they're cutting a fool. And what I say, the worst combination in the known universe. White people, alcohol. Oh, man. And they can't just have one drink since they won, which is be the same if they had lost. You can't just have one drink to drown your sorrow, see. Got to binge drink. They already told us that more than one drink per week. You heading toward what they carcinogenic. That means cancer. Not supposed to have 15 drinks because we won the Super Bowl, or 20 drinks because we lost. sorry if I neglected the folks in New England, but you certainly knew I was going to be biased going into the game, and you had your comeuppance. We will be here tomorrow about 12 hours, or a little over 12 hours from now. Feel free to drop an email, untiljustice@gmail.com, untiljustice@gmail.com. Invest if you think the program is constructive. Racism-notes.blogspot.com. PayPal button in the top right corner. And in fact, sometime within the next 5 to 6 hours, my primate review will be posted. I made sure to acknowledge Dr. Welsing her work and what she talked about, all of that. She mentioned it today, man. She mentioned it today. The constant disrespect against historic and constant disrespect against President Obama and black people in general. She talked about that flagrantly. That is exactly what primate is. And right on time. I know President Trump saw the movie and or the trailer. Any hoodles. Much obliged for the folks who tuned in. Hopefully, like I said, worthy of your, Sunday evening and Super Bowl viewership. We will do it again soon. Sobriety would be best. Creator, we ask that you help us or remind us, stop saying not all white people are racist. Remind the Boule. If you find that application for Gus T so I can join the Boule, man, untiljustice@gmail.com. If you get the website, any information, you have to mail something in, untiljustice@gmail.com. Anything on the Boule, joining app, not just what it's about. I'm trying to be a member. Creator, we ask that you remind us, stop name calling black people. That would be name calling if you're calling black people the Boule and they haven't said, yes, I'm a member of the Boule. That would be name calling. Once I join, you can call me Boule Coon and all the rest of it. Once I join, just give me my membership card and all my goodies. Replace white supremacy with justice immediately. Cal signing out. Thanks all for tuning in. Go Seahawks. Told you so.
Nigga, you so brainwashed. I'm a victim, brother. Problem. You're a victim. Yeah. I'm a victim of 400 years of conditioning. Shut up. The man has programmed my condition. Mm-hmm. Even my conditioning has been conditioned.